everybody. Welcome, welcome. Anybody who's watching in post. If there's anybody here who's, here live, hi.
Pater Noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, veniat regnum tuum.
Today's the day. Perfect skies. Sun probably setting. Yeah. Got the birds chirping and everything. Let's get Pebbles over here. Alright. So today is the stream where I read all the lore that I have collected. Off stream, I went and got, I don't know, 1 or 2 books that I haven't found or bought yet from the scribes. So there's that. But other than that, oh wait, I got a thing. I got one of these die from some random dude. Ludi. It was some dude dressed up all in black. I thought it was cool. It's one of the demon die. Now I got 3, which I'm never gonna use. Well, I don't really know how to go about this, so I might as well just start from the top. Yeah? Get rid of all the books, and then get into the interesting bits over here in the codex. Now, mind you, I'm going to be looking at basically everything, because they got little biddles just strung around each of the tabs. So, with that being said, you know what you're in for. Thank you for showing up. If you want to stay, go ahead and stay. I got music while we're live. Music's probably going to be gone in post, hopefully. And that way I don't get in trouble. I went and did a check before this, so. I'll stop stalling. Here we go. The Anthology of Love Poems. If you remember, I think last stream, that I did for this one, where that pompous ass wasn't really following my instructions right. This is the book of poems. Alright. Gentle night. Gentle night, why linger on? I yearn thus for my love so long. Without her words to still my breast, who shall set my soul to rest? And now my heart in sorrow dwells, from melancholic pining swells, since I, alas, was forced to part from the mistress of my heart. Ah, Lord, let me not wait in vain, I yearn to see my love again. O gentle sir, be of good cheer, I shall not cling to another dear. To love and be forlorn. To love and be forlorn is like night without dawn. To be close with naught to say, like winter frost in May. To have lips and yet kiss not is like leaving grain to rot. To love without consummating is like unsown fields in the spring. I shall love you then, my dear, as long as you lie with me here. If you'll not give your all to me, no longer shall I bide with thee. Ode to Woman. Woman is the root of sin, and yet of virtuous deeds again. In Eden it was woman's deed, to pluck the apple from the tree. If you've no wealth to offer, you say, she will scorn you and turn away. But once you promise her treasure, she says she will love you forever. To murderous wrath she gives birth, leaving no peace on this earth. Wounds inflicted by swords, cut less deep than woman's barbed words. I don't really like poetry much, but, you know, that's there. Anyway, Book of Prayers. How many pages of this got? It's got 2. Prayer to Saint Wenceslas. Saint Wenceslas, ruler of Bohemia, our prince, intercede for us with God, the Holy Spirit. Kyrie Eleison. What? Who's Kyrie Eleison? Heavenly the beautiful kingdom, blessed is he who cometh there. Life eternal, fire bright of the Holy Spirit, Kyrie Eleison. What is Kyrie Eleison? Kyrie Eleison? Kyrie Eleison? I don't know. We ask you for your help. Have no mercy upon us. Console the sad. Drive away all evil. Saint Wenceslas. Kyrie eleison. I think that's how you say it. Yeah? I don't know. Lord, have mercy on us. Lord, have mercy on us. Jesus Christ, have mercy on us. Savior of our world, have mercy on us and here. O Lord, our voices, Lord, give to all of us life and peace in our land. Kyrie eleison. Kyrie eleison. I don't know. I'm not going to do the fucking prayer for that. Or at least not a prayer voice. Because I don't know how to do that. This is Charles IV. He was the greatest and most venerated of Czech rulers, whose legacy shall forever be indelibly etched into the hearts of the Bohemians and into their country. For no other ruler can come close to exceeding his deeds or his leadership. He was born in the year of our Lord, 1316, as the firstborn son of John of Luxembourg and Elizabeth of Bohemia, of the how do you say the little R thing, Premyslid dynasty, and thus through his veins flowed the blood of both of those famous families. But it was the Premyslid blood that later brought him, as emperor of the whole Roman Empire, back to his country, where his seat he did establish. For when the old king died and left the kingdom to his son, it was desolate and impoverished, as young Charles, who made haste to receive the crown, could not yet properly speak the language of the Bohemians. Soon thereafter, he learned to speak as fluently as any other Bohemian, and could converse in 4 other tongues as well. For he was learned, and he did begin to write a book of his own. By his hand the kingdom was soon ameliorated, and he rose it to great glory, whether through his skill or at arranged marriages of state. He was wed 4 times, each time acquiring a new wife and a new piece of territory that he received as a dowry. Oh shit, this dude's weird. I guess it's not weird at the time. Gotta do what you gotta do to conquer shit, I guess. Which is still fucking weird. It's basically like fucking sleeping your way through your ranks in the military or some shit. Sleeping your way to presidency. Or, in this case, monarchy. Or through building an education which during his reign flourished greatly. Or through the newly founded University of Prague, which achieved renown throughout all of the Europe. Why did I say the? The construction projects that he commenced included Prague's new town, which he founded on the opposite bank of the Vltava, a stone bridge that connected the old town and the new, and has no match in Europe, and Karlstein Castle, which amongst fortifications is a building of most fine ornament and rich decoration. He rose up the kingdom of Bohemia within the Roman Empire, for by his decree the king of Bohemia became one of the prince-electors. When, after a long reign, he died in 1378, the entire land was plunged into grief, and thousands of people followed his coffin. In the eulogy given by the bishop at his funeral, he was called the father of the nation, and may that epithet remain for all time. His sons, Wenceslas and Sigismund, quarrel over the throne to this day, for Wenceslas, as the rightful heir, has failed as a king, and favors hunting and amusement over ruling, and his brother Sigismund has invaded the country with a massive military force, and has seized the power that once belonged to his father. Everyday labors. Brother novices, the following schedule describes the daily activities you shall attend to in your first year in our monastery. Oh, this is the rule book for when I went there. And it was so annoying having to actually, like, wait every time in between once you did, like, one thing. Order and discipline are the cornerstones upon which the Order of Saint Benedict is built. Any violations of the schedule, thus marked with an exclamation point, shall be disciplined by the punishment of solitary confinement. When it is meditation that you seek, prayer and study can be substituted for food and sleep. That depends on how long. 3 a.m. start of the day. 4 a.m. morning prayer. 6 a.m. common meal. And they wake up at like 3 a.m. That's wild. I mean, granted, I do sometimes wake up around that time. I actually did. Like either a couple or an hour ago. I don't know. I'm not very good at keeping track of time. 6 a.m. common meal. 8 a.m. work in the frattery, assigned by Brother Nebulous. 12 noon work in the library, assigned by Brother Librarian. Is that his name, Brother Librarian? It's like naming a bard. 4 p.m. afternoon worship. 6 p.m. vespers, common supper. 7 p.m. compline, free time before retiring. 9 p.m. rest and nighttime curfew. Jesus Christ be praised. Father Demetrius Prior. Evil morals in Bohemia. Oh, how scandalous. On evil morals in Bohemia. The Czechs have ceased to preserve their good name and sinful devote themselves to hedonistic delights. The old of their ilk stuff themselves like pigs, and merely idle about in their homes, whilst the young have taken to dog hunting. The noblemen have begun to do that which once behoved only servants. Where once each lord kept his house clean and orderly, now dogs lie there, where hunters hunted and lords would come to visit them as need be. Today they have devoted themselves to this lowly art, as if they had forgotten about their own blood. Ere they would sit at a table and attend to the affairs of the land, and see to the multiplication, brain, and see to the multiplication of its peace and wealth. Today they are want to share a roof. Is that want? I don't know. Today they are wont to share a roof with a dog of the hunt, and consider conversation of dog and hunting to be of the most honorable variety. And thus the wealth of their estates is deteriorating, and the stench of their dogs shall soon kill them. In days of yore, when they set off to war, their own country they did not loot, and took only from the enemy. Yet what of today? when they depart upon a military campaign. Their first action is plunder to their own country. In times ere they dared not touch the property of the Holy Church, and honored it rightly. Today they have no shame in plundering churches and monasteries. Without honor, they returned from battle, having molested young maidens and drunk every drop of mead. They return home like drunken beasts, and new injustices to perpetrate. Not a single crumb of honor is left in these once proud sheiks, and a time will come when they shall cry over their grain, and only gladly return to the old ways and order. Gross. Excerpts from the Legends of Christianus. In the Frankish lands there lived a man whose legs were crippled. In his dreams there appeared to him a man attired in a white robe, who urged him thus, "Get up, and go to the city of Prague, and the cathedral of St. Vitus. There lies the body of the blessed martyr Wenceslas, and there your health shall be restored." When the man ignored this, the man in a white robe appeared to him again and said, "Why have you not heeded me and gone, that you might walk again?" And he, besides his wit, did answer willingly, "I will go, sir." And leaning on his cane, he went to some merchants who were ready to go there, and paid them, and with their help came to the named place. And there in the church of the two saints he threw himself on the flags before all, and with long prayer and weeping begged our Lord to have mercy on him for the sake of Saint Wenceslas. And no sooner did he stand up from prayer than by divine grace his knees were firmed, and he gave thanks to God and to blessed Wenceslas, by whose intercession the Lord deigned to heal him. When the glory and renown of this and other such miracles of the sacred martyr spread far and wide, there were those who were tempted to take the remains of the sacred body to keep for themselves, or give to their loved ones. There were those who acted by good will, that the name of the martyr be spoken of in all the provinces. But when those of ill will or out of covetousness tried to do so, they soon succumbed to vengeance, and at that time the saint's owner, Sister Pribislava, as far as the human eye can judge, living beneath a secret veil, did get embroiled in such things. Her accomplice in the matter being the priest of St. Stephen's Church. What? Living beneath a sacred veil did get embroiled in such things. Her accomplice in the matter being the priest of the St. Stephen's Church. Oh, the priest. Okay. I don't know why my brain didn't register that. But by the church there was a pilgrim who they took to be saintly, and whose bad advice they heeded to do the deed. To make a short tale of it, taking him with them on an appointed night, they made him... Hold on. Let me just drink water again and collect my brain. I need to gather more brain cell power. Hold on. I'm charging my brain. It's broken at the moment. The power died. To make a short tale of it, taking him with them on the appointed night, they made him a party to the unfortunate deed. Disinterring the sacred body, they began their desecration, for the priest's son did disrespectfully handle the jaw of the saintly remains, and pulled it out. This they wrapped in a cloth and covered the rest of the body again with earth. From the relic they kept what share they wanted and distributed the rest among their friends. But soon the wrath of God descended on them all. However, since, as is known, this happened recently, and is abundantly familiar, I regard it as superfluous to put it in this account. I only write down that sudden and unexpected deaths surprised them, and they departed from this world. Fable of the Fox and the Jug. Let me lower this music just a wee bit. Right there. You know what? Maybe it's because I'm doing this. Put it at 35. Yeah. Fable of the Fox and the Jug. Once a fox was searching around for any food that could be found. To an empty farmhouse she did roam, wherein a beetle had made his home. She asked him, "Beetle, kindly tell me, whose abandoned farmyard can this be?" To which the beetle did confess, "That I cannot even guess. I came here just a while ago. Little I've seen, and less I know." The fox began to look around to find anything she could hunt down. She sniffed around a bit, and then to an iron stove she went. And as she turned and looked above the spider and pitcher on the stove, "Good day, Jug," she greeted it. "I trust, sir, that you are well and fit." No reply came from the pitcher, so the fox picked it up and took it with her. She carried it outside, panting hard, where she met the beetle in the yard. "Fox, what are you carrying?" asked he. "You can barely walk, I see." "It's a pitcher that I found," she answered, "which will surely please my master." At the top of a hill the jug weighed her down, so she dropped it on the ground. She said, "Good sir, now if you will, I'd like you to roll down the hill. Don't take it ill, dear man of clay, but you're too heavy to carry all day." Down the hill the pitcher charged. The fox ran after, panting hard. "Pitcher, must you run so fast? My heart will burst inside my chest." The jug reached the bottom and came to a halt. No more could he roll. It wasn't his fault. "Come now, sir," the fox did scold. "Only halfway have you rolled. It seems you don't want to go with me. Well, like it or not, you will see." "Well, like it or not, you'll see. Jug, you'll stick with me forever. From now on, we will not be severed." So saying, she tied it to her tail. "Now, pitcher, you come with me, you shall. In your own juice you soon will stew. You'll drown in sorrow, I promise you." The devious fox ran with a yell, and dragged the pitcher to a well. She teached that jug a lesson cruel. Instead she made herself the fool. "Pitcher, for your sins you'll pray. No more you'll wickedly delay." And then forgetting in her pride that the pitcher to her tail was tied, the vixen scrambled up on the ledge and dropped the pitcher over the edge. "If you still refuse to pray," she said, "you'll drown this very day." But the jug floated safe on the water, at which the fox angrily uttered, "Pitcher, you'll learn soon enough. I'll stop your wicked bluff, but I'll forgive you nevertheless if you'll admit your wickedness." But the pitcher he had naught to say, for no tongue had that man of clay. This made the vixen angrier still, and the pitcher floating in the well. "I'll humour you not one more whit. You've made your bed, now lie in it." And at that she pushed the jug below. The water into it did flow, and started to drag the vixen down. She pulled away in fear she'd drown. "Come now, Jug," she said. "Good sir, stop this game, I do implore." But the water poured inside the jug, and slowly down the well it sunk. As she saw the surface draw near, the fox began to cry in fear. "Oh, woe, what will become of me? Oh, Jug, forgive me, please, kind sir, and in return I'll give my word that I'll not harm you any more, if you'll let me live a sinner poor." These words she said with her last breath, and down she sank into the depths, till the pitcher sat on the bottom at last, to the fox's tail tied good and fast. With no chance to get out thus bound, that was how the vixen drowned. Thus ends the tale of the fox so sly, who for her slyness had to die. Outsmarted by an earthen jug, it was her own grave that she dug. Mm. Wait, wasn't there a spider in there? What happened to the spider? Maybe not. Oh, she spied a picture on the stove. Okay. Flea and Wart Remedy. I read this because I was, interested in it. Being a plague boy, I gotta know these remedies for fleas and warts. Scabies and growths on the skin of all manner, the same as insects and all low crawling creatures, have been the bane of mankind since immemorial. For he who wishes to protect his body must sleep less amongst cattle, at least once a fortnight wash himself in water, or visit a bath, and expose his clothes to the sun. For water and sun drive away all ailments of the skin, while sickness does flourish where there is the filth and stench of the human body. Keep distance from vagrants and beggars, for it is they who are the greatest bearers of illness, and they can easily infect you. Fleas. The remedy for fleas. Take a new pot and grease it well with goat's lard, and it shall draw all fleas into it, or they shall congregate around it. You may also pour a decoction of wormwood in your hearth room. It is also said that fleas shall die when in your hearth room you boil wolf's dung, or wormwood with rue. But there is nothing surer than oft sweeping the floors of debris with a broom, and every morn hanging and drying your bedding in the sun. It is likewise advisable to take a warm bath. But if the bath is not warm, then cold will suffice as well, and to have your clothes laundered and dried in the sun. If you follow these instructions, you are sure to rid yourself of fleas. The remedy for warts. Take young dandelions and apply a thick layer of their milk to warts, and they shall die. Or take groundsel latsenical, and churn it and mix it with liquid vinegar, and apply to warts. Or rub them oft with but salt and warm vinegar. Or take a gray-spotted amanita mushroom and rub it on a wart. In all of these manners can you rid yourself of warts. You should not cut them off with a knife, nor should you burn them with a hot iron, for then they shall quickly return, and often in greater abundance. This is a real thing that, could remedy warts. I think, dandelions would probably be the more, cost-effective way of getting, rid of them. Just have them everywhere. Just go and walk around. Chop a little baby boy. Put that on your wart. How good mead is brewed. How good mead is brewed. You will need 2 masses of honey, 4 of water, a quarter mass of hops, and a handful of sage, and a handful of bread and yeast. Bread yeast. Heat the clean water such that you can put your hand in it without scalding it. Then mix well 2 masses of the water, and 1 of honey, and strain the mixture through clean linen and into a clean vessel. Boil it all for the time it takes you to cross a field thrice, and meanwhile remove the foam from the top of the perforated spoon or bowl. When it is boiled and without foam, pour it into a clean cask and cover it so no steam escapes, and let it cool until such time as you may stick your hand in it without pain. Then, take a pot of half a mass in size and fill it up halfway with hops, and a handful of sage, and burn it all together for as long as it would take you to walk 1 mile. Then, add the fermented yeast, and mix it into and mix it in to start the fermentation, and cover it such that the vapors may escape. Leave it thus one day and night, and then strain their mead through a clean cloth. Leave it to ferment for 3 days and nights, adding more fermented yeast each evening. Let it rest for 8 days, and afterwards pour it into resin-coated... I think there's supposed to be an and. Or maybe not. And afterwards pour it into resin-coated cask. Or... I think there's supposed to be an A or an. Maybe not. What's up, my beautiful brother? I'm doing alright, Shaka Emma. How you doing? Today is the lore stream, where I'm reading everything that I've collected. Then leave it for another 8 weeks to stand, and only afterwards drink it, for it is done, and mead tastes best after 8 weeks. I'm reading things but not retaining knowledge. How's your day been? These are the jotted notes that I found in the monastery for that one dude, the boss boy at there. My day has been like I left the stove on, but I'm at home. You doing all right? Remember, descend from the gate of faith between the shadow of the cathedral and the wooden stockade. Pass contritely through the dry river beneath the great bridge, like Moses. Fearlessly still the waters. Ascend to dry land among the bulrushes. Find your faith and search in the budding bush. Something's nagging me. Yeah, I feed that poor dog. He will get old chicken. Unless I have... Unless this somehow...
Look what I've got for you. You'll love this.
No, he won't. Alright, now go
Back
home.
to the mill. Home.
I don't think he's going. What seems to be nagging you? Descend from the gate of faith between the shadow of the cathedral and the wooden stockade. Pass contritely through the dry river beneath the great bridge. Like Moses fearlessly still the waters, ascend to dry land among the bushes. Find your faith in search of the burning bush. Is this a secret? Between the shadow of the cathedral and the wooden stockade. Pass contritely through the dry river bed beneath the great bridge, like Moses realizes. Alright, I kind of want to... This is... the Great Bridge. Oh, is it? Oh, wait. What? Is this the... I don't know why I think this, but oh yeah, there's two bridges. I guess they can both be considered dry riverbeds or some shit. The shadow of the cathedral. I feel like this is evidence of the secret camp or some shit. Alright. The Tale of Melusine 1. Knight Raymond was a good friend of the Count of Poitiers. Once they went together to hunt wild pigs, but the Count of Poitiers was attacked by a raging boar and knocked from his horse. Brave Raymond rushed to save his friend and tried to kill the enraged beast, but his blow glanced off its back, and instead of taking down the creature, he killed his friend with one blow. Aghast at his deed, Raymond fled deep into the forest, where he grieved over the death of his friend, little knowing that he had acted according to an ancient prophecy, and through an evil heart. Thirsty, he knelt down by a pool in the woods to take a drink and rest a while, whereupon he saw a most beautiful maiden sitting by the pool. She came to him at once and asked what a knight was seeking so deep in the woods, and why he was so sad. Disarmed by her beauty, Raymond fell in love with the girl, and told her the whole story of his misfortune. Then right away he asked her for her hand in marriage, and the maiden, who was called Melusine, accepted his offer. But she warned him that her husband must never enter her chamber on a Saturday, and must leave her alone all day. What the fuck? You just met this bitch. What? From the moment that the knight returned from the forest with his bride, he met with only good fortune. He defeated all the old rivals of his family, put to rights all wrongs against them, and got back many castles and estates that others had stolen from his glorious family, thereby exalting his own good name and that of his line. Raymond served his liege so bravely that the Lord asked him what he would like to have for his services, whereupon the knight replied that he wished to have in freehold as much land as would fit within the skin of one stag. His liege lord laughed and gladly agreed, little knowing that Melusine had advised him to cut the skin of the stag into thin ribbons, and weave a long rope from them. This she then made even longer by a magic spell, so that it would hold an even greater tract of land. Melusine made a spring rise up in the middle of this land to water the earth and ensure a good harvest every year. By other spells, Melusine erected the great castle Lusignan, where she and Raymond made their home. And he never checked in on the lady around that time? Alright. Maidens War 1. Upon the death of Princess Libousse, the maidens who had enjoyed her accompaniment found that they were no longer held in the great esteem they had once enjoyed. They recalled how their princess had ruled over the male part of their tribe, and when the menfolk said unto them, "Hark! You have ruled over us. We have bowed before you, and now you seem as sheep that have gone astray." Their anger rose greatly, and the anger of the women and maidens having caught fire, the females of the tribe took up spears and swords, and waged war against the men under the command of Vlasta, Libus's attendant of highest standing. Libuse. On her command, they built the castle at Dieven, and then dispersed throughout the land to call into service all women to wage war against their husbands and brothers. Is it Devon? Devon or Devon? Or Devon? Or Davin? Yet hardly a soul took them seriously, and it was with great mirth that the men did observe these girls taking arms, and learning to saddle horses. However, Premzil, the wise ruler that he was, did not find merriment in these actions, and warned his men up to broker a peace. His warnings were not heeded, however, and they set out to Devon in great merriment. But alas, the women they did not flee. With Vlasta in the lead, they charged out of the gate, chainmail on their bodies, helmets on their heads, and spears aimed to kill. "If we allow ourselves to be vanquished," she called out Vlasta, "it will be then that the men shall laugh at us. We shall become their servants and slaves. For it is better to die than to give up. Strike at the men, and at each and every one, be he brother or father." And the Furies then did set upon them, until 300 men lay dead in their own blood, and the rest had fled. When news of this victory had spread throughout the land, other women did not falter, and came straight forth to Devon. And hence the men were greatly aggrieved at home, for they were alone, and they were aggrieved on the battlefield as well, for the women gave them no quarter, sparing neither brother nor father. Maidens' War Part 2. And the woman in the warring oft employed deceit and ambuscade. Here, under the guise of a lover, one slit the throat of a young man. There, another feigning to be a respectable daughter. Her own father in his own home did stab. Oh. One day, Sitirad, I don't know how to say that. It's a weird fucking word. Who did in combat slay a great number of Vlasta's she-warriors, set off with a company of his men, and did with their own ears hear a mournful crying, and did see with their own eyes a beautiful girl chained near by a rock, a hunter's horn hanging from her neck, who entreated them to show her unto her mercy, and to free her from her bounds. Sitirad, Katirad? I'm gonna go with Katirad. Katirad, having cast aside all cautions, dismounted and did draw near to the girl to set her free. The girl gave thanks unto him, and did relay to him that she was called Sharka, and that the women of Devon had pounced upon her, and bound her for her unwillingness to wage war against the men, and to humiliate her, had hung the horn upon her neck for her to call for help. And before her they set a vessel of mead, for her agony to stroke as she died of thirst. He comforted her, and together the mead they did drink, and conversed until the entire company was overcome by sleep. And Katirad, emboldened by the mead, and the delicate voice of Sharka, the horn did grasp and blow it with the full force of his lungs. Forthwith a storm did arise. A cry rang out, and from all sides did ascend upon them bands of armed women, and having slayed all the men, put Katirad into the restraints from which he had ere freed Sharka. She stood above him, laughing. In the morn, for to mock the men, a great wheel was brought out in front of Devon, and in its spokes was woven the broken body of Katirad. When the other man had received news of this happening, young and old from all corners of the land sprang forth to avenge his torturous death. None had ever seen such an army as the one that then laid siege to Devon as soon conquered it. Many girls fell upon that day, and many more fled, never to be seen again. Those that survived begged their brothers and fathers for forgiveness, yet spared they were not. When the men had slain the girl's army in its entirety, then they then took to destroying Devon until all that remained was dust. And thus was ended this time of strife. Sorry for the stuttering. I'm not. My brain can't handle reading sometimes. That's why I like to attempt to read so that I can, get better, like, I don't know, muscle memory whenever I read shit in a way. That way, like, I can remember certain words more and be able to speak a little more fluently. I'm not very good at the reading. I also am really bad at pacing myself. An old father Shek. Many centuries ere it came to be that a voivode Shek lived in the distant lands of the Croats. Bethinking the great lack of land for his people, he resolved to set forth from his native country. Therewith convening a large congress, he made offerings to the gods, parted ways with the beloved country of his birth, and set off towards the west in search of new lands. Women, children, the elderly, on foot and in wagon, their livestock and property in tow, the entire nation followed its great leader. It was many weeks hence they reached a new country, one hitherto unknown, but lo, the people of this land spoke in a tongue that was not deaf to their ears, and they persevered proceeding farther, until they reached a place where the inhabitants were dressed only in fur, and of a hirsute appearance, and blocked their path with arms in their hands. And thus they continued onward deep through dense, untamed forests, through swamp and brush, until they came to a mountain called Rip? Which rose imposingly above the surrounding plain. The entire nation being fatigued by the exertion of this great journey, dispersed and surrounded the mountain, for to regain their strength. Therewith Shek himself ascended up the mountain, surveying the land from its heights. He beheld fertile lowlands and forests, a wealth of waters and green grazing lands. On the morn, with him ascended the mountain a great abundance of his people. And upon beholding that which he had and upon beholding that which he too had seen, their hearts sang out. Thus spoke Voivode Shek. Henceforth we shall not be in want, for we have found the land that we once sought. Behold, this is the promised land, one of milk and honey, pregnant with the breasts of the hunt. Here we shall find great abundance, and here shall we find protection from our enemy. But it lacks a name. What say you? How shall we call this great place? In response, all stood as one, and let it heard out in unison of voices. May it share your name! And to the ground they did fall, kissing the soil of their new country, which has henceforth borne the name of Shek. Well, that's a neat little origin story. I also have a problem with, like, reading words properly. Oftentimes words become other words, and when I see one, it looks like another, and so my brain thinks, oh, it's this, say this, and then, like, I have to look again a few times I've always had this problem when reading. I don't I don't think it's dyslexia. At least I don't think it's like um a more intense case of it, but I do have issues like that are dyslexic like, you know. I don't know if I have it. I'm pretty sure I'm retarded, but uh, I was tested once, and they were like, "No, you're not retarded," even though they were helping me on the test. Like, how are you? Why are you helping me on the test? If it's a test, you, anyway. On Libusier and Premizel, Croc, ruler of the Bohemian tribes, had been blessed with 3 daughters, Kazi, Teta, and Libusier. Kazi possessed vast knowledge of all matter of flora and herbs, and was wise in the arts of healing. Teta, above all others, worshipped the gods and goddesses, and made unto them all manner of sacrifices. And the last daughter enjoyed great favour and respect, for wisdom and reason did serve her well, and having been endowed with the power of soothsaying, oft did look into the future, and make prophecies. When old Croc died, it was she who sat upon the throne and ruled wisely, for she could resolve conflict with her esteemed reasoning, and bring peace to all aggrieved parties. It was a time of abundance and equality between all. However, her rule went against the will of many men. For as it many men, many men. For as is told, long of hair and short of reason, and shame be upon men who are ruled by a woman. Libuthé, suffering great pangs of sorrow, convened a great congress to which she did invite her sisters, and the elder rulers from throughout the land. And she did say unto them, You do not appreciate freedom, and for you it is a great shame for a woman to rule over you. Thus I shall give unto you a voivode, a man, upon condition that you listen to my words and heed my advice. The joyous rulers from throughout the land did swear to heed her words, and she did order them to place a saddle upon her steed, and allow him to go whither he may roam. At this place shall they lay eyes upon their new voivode, a ploughman, who shall be driving a team of oxen. And it did happen as she had foreseen, and the horse did truly lead them to the ploughman, who bore the name of Premisil. They said unto him, Princess Libusier and all of the people of the great Shek hereby do entreat you to come with us, and accept the rule that fate has bestowed upon you and your descendants. And in reply to the messenger, Premisil did say, It is regrettable that you have come this very morning, for I could finish ploughing this one field. Bread would be had in great abundance for all time. But alas, you have disturbed me in my task, and this land shall oft know great hunger. And then he said unto them, I shall repeat the words that Libusier has said unto you, as you did not desire to heed a girl's advice. Now it shall be my lineage that rules over you with an iron rod. Thereafter he travelled with them to Libusier, who fair hand he took in marriage, and for many years ruled wisely and well. After him his sons ruled in his stead, and thus was established the great and esteemed Premislid dynasty. Oh, halfway done with all the books I've collected. There's probably more, but... On Prague. The seat of the kings of Bohemia, a city of grandness, whose glory reaches to the heavens. Amongst the great cities of the world, it is the greatest, rich in commerce and strong in arms, and endowed with beauty, the towers of which rise above other towns, funded by Prince Libusset and Przemysl, her husband and the father of Przemysl dynasty, with a castle of stone at a place called Hradčany, to which later quarters were adjoined, and during the reign of Emperor Charles, the whole of the new town was built on the opposite bank of Vltava, of the Vltava River, with the largest stone bridge the world has ever seen, connecting it to the old town, made of much stone and mortar, to which, according to legend, thousands of eggs were added for greater strength. What? Eggs? The population is of a diverse nature. The Czechs dominate, but many a German can be found amongst merchants and tradesmen, who live in their own quarter, and even the Jews had been granted their own town within Prague, into which no Christian dare step foot. To celebrate the glory of God, the one and only, monasteries were founded and at Mastrahov and Klarov, and churches of stone are so numerous that you could not count them on two hands. The greatest of most renowned of all, consecrated to Saints Vitus and Aldebert. Consecrated to Saint Vitus and Aldebert shall soon stand, for it has been being constructed for nearly 50 years, and soon shall be completed. Under Emperor Charles, a university was founded as well, which provides learning in 4 arts, and from many distant lands do foreigners come to study. If one was to visit only one city in life, may one make haste to Prague, for there is no more beautiful city in the world. So this is why I like to read the shit in games. Like, I don't like reading IRL, because a lot of shit that I come across is too boring, and I don't have the time to fucking look through all this shit, just to find something that might be interesting, you know? But anything in like games, I do take an interest in, and reading helps me. What is it called? I don't know how to put this in words. I don't know the words right now, but it helps me read easier. If I read more, it helps me prepare for other words better. Anyway, on simony. May the Pope be called a simonist and seller of indulgences. It would seem that he may not, for he is, after all, the master of the whole world, whom it behooves to take what he will and how much, and to... Oh, wait. Whom it behooves to take what he will, and how much, and what he will and how much, and to act as he pleases. What? That sentence... What? Hold on, I need to study this sentence. Whom it behooves to take what he will and how much, and to act as he pleases. Oh. Whom it behooves to take what he will and how much, and to act as he pleases, and that he is the most holy Father, who cannot be besmirched by sin. Let it be known that many popes have been, and are, heretics, and otherwise evildoers, and should God, the way that they... It hurts my brain, the way they construct their sentences. Okay, so it's those two parts are like part of that one bit. God, it's so hard to understand. Let it be known that many popes have been in our heretics and otherwise evildoers, and should be dethroned. And much could be written thereof, and therefore do not doubt that the pope may be a simonist. And he who would insist that the pope may not be accused of simony or other mortal sins, he, it seems, would raise him above Peter and the other apostles. And what of that? That he is the master of this world, who is immune to sin and may act as he pleases. The answer to that is that the only master of this world is God, and it is only he who can do all things, and only he who is without sin, and not the Pope. Perhaps you will say, here on earth the Pope is the most holy Father. I tell you, if you can show me proof that he truly lives the most holy and does so act, that he follows Christ in poverty, in humility, in meekness, temperance, moral cleanliness, and labor, then I will believe you that he is the holiest of the holy. Only instead of that I see covetousness, pride, and other sins that shows he truly is not holy. And what of it, that I claim something other than the rest of the world, which allows the holiness of the Pope, and regards him an infallible and without sin? Who then are you to believe? I tell you, even if everyone on earth shall call him holy, while in truth he has turned away from Christ, he shall not be holy only because he is called so. It is not words but deeds that matter before the court of God. On Saint Wenceslas. In Bohemia there was a prince of the name Vretislaus, and his wife was Drahomira. Yeah. Unto them was born a son, and they gave unto him the name of Wenceslas. After his father's untimely death he was to sit upon the throne, but having yet been grown of age, his mother ruled the land in his stead, and it was his grandmother Ludmilla who cared for his upbringing. His brother was Boleslaus. Boleslaus. What a weird name. Every time I look at it, it reminds me of coleslaw. Coleslaw. I'm gonna call him coleslaw. His brother was coleslaw, and they grew up together. Although they had little in common, through God's mercy, Wenceslas learned to read and write. Being learned of books and firm of faith, he could wield a sword as well. But above all it was peace and his country that he did love. He performed many acts unto the poor, clothing the naked and feeding the hungry, protecting the servants of God and having many churches erected. He was a paragon for his people, and a ruler that was kind above others. For with his enemies he always did negotiate with good intentions, and they too did kneel before his piety. With his whole heart he exalted God, and the good deeds he performed, and the good deeds he performed were innumerable. Thus it was to the surprise of none that the devil planted the seed of hatred in many corrupted men's hearts, and set them against Wenceslas. He urged them, like so many Judases, to revolt against their Lord, and then they did whisper to Coleslaw that his brother wished to take his life. Coleslaw believed these words, devised a plan out of fear and resentment to take his brother Wenceslas's throne, as well as his life. He knew that whenever a new church was consecrated, Wenceslas would go to that place to pray. And he did thusly when on Sunday, on the feast of St. Cosmas and Damian, he entered Coleslaw's castle, and having attended mass, he prepared to depart for Prague. His brother, detaining him, invited him to the table to drink, but Wenceslas declined. Early in the morning, Wenceslas rose and hurried to morning mass. When in front of the church gate, he met his brother. He said unto him, Brother, last evening you served us well. Coleslaw then, guided by the devil, responded thusly, And now I shall serve you even better. And as those words left his mouth, he struck Wenceslas a blow to the head with his sword. And Coleslaw's dogs set upon him as well, and together with their master, they killed Wenceslas, and left his broken body in front of the church. Coleslaw then sat upon his brother's throne. Today, Wenceslas has already been sainted and established to be the patron saint of the lands of Bohemia. Well, call unto him in times of darkness, and to him we pray. Saint Wenceslas, patron saint of our country, pray for us. On the Adamites, or naked worshippers. In the year of our Lord, 1259, a new heretical sect did come to Bohemia, and settled amongst the people. The Adamites, or Naturists, travelled through the land at that time. Exposing their backs, they did roll as pigs in mud, and beat themselves with canes, and then through the land did proceed with their nakedness, and shame for all to see. They spake evil of our fatherly pastors, and of the word of God, that when they proclaimed that our devotion to God and our atonement be of greater worth than your praying. And they did press for the Holy Mass to be done away with, for it was their belief that every soul could find its way toward the Heavenly Father without the Holy Church's guidance. And when the common people and lords alike did see this, for they were ignorant of the knowledge that it was the devil's hands that led the Adamites, they did join unto them, and in great numbers their backs did beat. Even the women did avow themselves to these unclean deeds. Had they the desire to make their lives right with God, and atonement therein receive, they should have turned to the priests. But lo, the Naturists, guided by the devil Lucifer, did endeavor to replace the holy Pope on his throne. When this news was heard in the holy city of Rome, an army was raised to smite these heretics by the sword and flame, for they were indeed nothing more than heretics. Hell yeah. I'd go and, chop down to bits a bunch of naked crazy people. What the fuck is wrong with them? On the Margraviate Wars. When Emperor Charles IV had taken his last breath, order in both the Bohemian lands and in the entire Roman Empire began to deteriorate. The new emperor, Wenceslas IV, could not maintain unity and prosperity, and thus this nation of states did begin to unravel, and its rulers, without a strong hand to guide them, did begin to quarrel and conspire against each other. In the lands of the Bohemian crown, and particularly in the March of Moravia, it led to support for Sigismund of Hungary, the brother of Wenceslas IV, who was seen as a better ruler, who could resolve conflict and quell disorder. Wars in Moravia began when King Wenceslas, represented by his cousin Prokop, after the death of the bishop of Olomouc, I don't know how to say that, did occupy for himself all of his estates, and did consider them to be his own. And the tide of resistance did rise, as many of the Moravian nobles did claim these estates as their own, according to inheritance rights. Jobst of Moravia stood at the head of the discontent lords, and with support from the Moravian dukes, he began to openly rebel against the king, and did ally himself with Sigismund of Hungary. This act of rebellion was not so much about the bishop's estates, but about who would rule Bohemia and Moravia, Wenceslas or Sigismund. For the time being, however, only inheritance rights are spoken out about aloud, for no one has yet dared to make mention of dethroning the king. Moravia has found itself in a whirlwind of fighting and anarchy, for the local nobility have plundered each other's towns and conquered each other's castles, descending on whose side they were on, to whom they believed the estates should belong to. How many villages were razed to the ground, and how many innocent lives were taken in the name of this tug of war. Many knights who had up to that point demonstrated behavior and deeds fitting to their rank, now formed robber bands, and on the highways attacked and murdered travelers and merchants alike, for there was no one to stop them. Later, other Bohemian lords did side with the Moravian cause, with Jobst at the head, and the king was imprisoned, and Sigismund was openly supported to become the new king of the land. I need to use the restroom. Be right back. Sorry. Enjoy the music. Alright, I'm back. All this water to keep my whistle wet just goes right through. The Papal Schism. The Holy Church is the home of all Christians on the earth, and at its head stands its shepherd, that is, the Pope. The Pope is the leader of all Christianity, and the successor to the seat of St. Peter, which was established by our Lord Jesus Christ himself. But it has transpired that not one but two Holy Fathers sit upon the papal seat, and good Christians can only argue over which is the true one, and which one should be respected, and which shall be eternally damned. It all began when the Pope Boniface the... what is that? 8th? I'm gonna go with 8th, because I don't know otherwise. Not very good with Roman numerals. It all began when Pope Boniface the 8th refused to crown King Philip the Fair of France as the emperor, to which the latter refused to acquiesce. Acquiesce? I'm gonna go with that. To which the latter refused to acquiesce, and in the year 1309 he had the Holy See removed to Avignon, where he could keep it under his watchful eye. Thus for many years the Holy Father sat upon the papal throne, not in Rome, but in France. In 1377, Pope Gregory decided to leave Avignon and return the papacy to Rome. But after his untimely death, 2 conclaves met to elect a new pope, in both Rome and Avignon. And thus it came to be that there was a Pope Urban in Rome, and a Pope Clement in France. And both received great support from the rulers of Europe, who favored one pope over the other as they saw fit. These 2 popes excommunicated each other and proclaimed each other to be an arch-heretic and the anti-pope, and thus a great schism and decline within the Holy Church did arise. And now many do criticize it, and demand remediation? And demand remediation. And how can the Pope fulfill his duties as our shepherd, when there are, in fact, 2 popes who claim to be the true representative of God, and the rival to be a messenger of Satan? Whose words shall a good Christian heed, and who shall they entreat for intercession? Which pope's hand may anoint a king? As long as there are 2 popes, hunger and pestilence shall plague the entire world, and much strife and suffering does await us. I say they both suck. Hey, Brainstorm. Welcome, welcome. This is the reading stream where I read all the lore and do a bad job at it. I'm not very good at reading, which is why I like to take the time to read as much as I can for anything that interests me, even slightly. See, I don't even know how to speak. How's your day going, Brian? Also, I got the Twitch soundtrack app going installed again. So, hopefully you're hearing some swiggity music. On tournaments. Tournaments or tourneys are a favorite entertainment of the court, and sometimes are an amusement for the common people far and wide, who come to watch lords of most noble birth joust, as if in the world itself such combat was rare. However, in the tourney, unlike in true battle, causing injury is forbidden, and thus weapons are blunted and arms modified as needed. But sometimes unfortunate deaths do transpire. Mounted knights armed with lances may vie with one another in attempts to dismount their opponent, or knights on foot, armed in diverse manner, may try to throw their opponent to the ground, and the defeated must surrender his weapon and can buy it back only in gold. Oh, wow. I finished rebuilding Privy. Nothing left to do as Lady Stephanie is playing hard to get. Really? She was really easy. She was very easy for me. I didn't even mean to do... It just sort of happened. And I was like, no. I loaded the previous save, and I was like, nah. You and me, this ain't happening. If I had an actual choice, this is not going to happen. Lady Stephanie, a freak. She won't bebe with someone wearing her pappy's shirt. Hell no. No, thank you. And she got captured. I don't want no bitch. I don't want no dumb bitch who can't fucking defend herself. Nah. The melee is a special type of hastitude. Hastilude. Hastilude? Yeah, probably. I don't know. The melee is a special type of hastilude in which great teams of knights engage in combat that seem to resemble true battle. But the dealing of fatal blows is forbidden. In the kingdom of Bohemia, the tournament was widespread during the reign of King Wenceslas, when the hero ogre from the German lands did come to his court, and bring with him this curious amusement, and alongside it great poverty to the whole land. For henceforth did lords travel in great numbers to compete in tourneys, and spent great fortunes upon them, and no money remained for other purposes. They took to adorning themselves and their steeds with colored cloth, to pose before their opponents, and they did cross arms more in tournaments than in real combat. Today, elder men of noble birth do recall how the Czechs were once the greatest fighters in all of the Holy Roman Empire. But when the tournament arrived, their abilities they did squander. And today, their displays of the true battlefield are of no merit. Forsooth, some fighters of particularly great renown are incapable of dealing a proper blow in real combat. So low have their combat skills sunk. Perhaps one day, knights will become true men again, and turn away from colorful tourneys, and head for the battlefield. For the merriment of the tournament is certainly even an affront to God himself. This is a skill book, yeah? Yeah. No skill books. Queen's Court Manuscript. Bouquet. Breezes waft through princely woods. Sorry, brain just fucked up right there. I'm short-circuiting inside. Breezes waft through princely woods. A maiden hurries to the stream to draw water in an iron hoop pail. To the girl a bouquet floats, a fragrant bouquet of violets and roses. And when she reaches for the bouquet, she falls, alas, on the water cold. If I only knew bouquets so fair, who sowed you in the fertile soil, I'd give a golden ring to him. If I only knew bouquets so fair, who bound you with a silky stem, I would give him the very pin for my hair. If I only knew bouquets so fair, who dropped you in the water cold, I would give him the wreath for my head. What? Abandoned. Ah, you forest dark, the forest of Middleton, how is it you alone are green in winter as in summer? I would fain not weep nor grieve my heart, but tell me true, good people, who would not cry thus? Where is my father, dear father? He is lying in his grave. Where is my mother, good mother? The grass it grows above her. I've no brother, I've no sister. Young men took them from me. Oh. Well, that was confusing as shit. Rattay. Night 500 years. Nigh 500... brain. Nigh 500 years have passed since the appearance of a walled settlement, which later grew into a castle, guarding the borders of the land of the Zlikans and its main trade route. And even later, it bloomed into a town, which, however, 150 years ago, burned to the ground and was built anew, in even more beautiful form, with strong walls that not even Kutna Hora or Prague need to be or Prague need be ashamed of. The fortified town of Rate fell under the possession of the king, and was granted as a fiefdom. And during the reign of John of Luxembourg, it fell under the rule of Lord Henry of Lippe, who then had built a lower castle that they called Pirkstein. Today, Rate is under the administration of Hainish until young Lord Capon of Lippe reaches adulthood, and unto him shall be granted the whole town and its surrounding estates as a fiefdom. In Rate, all manners of tradesmen flourish: butchers, smiths, tailors, weavers, and armorers, and great markets are held here every month. Rate is an administrative center, and thus can afford to employ its own executioner, and support a strong municipal garrison. Its large stone church is consecrated to Saint Matthew. I don't know if there's a rule of Saint Benedict I, but apparently Saint Benedict II is more important, because I haven't found any other book related to that. On the obedience of disciples. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This beseemeth those who, either through fear of hell or for the glory of life everlasting, count nothing more dear to them than Christ. These presently, as soon as anything is commanded by them by the superior, make no delay in doing it, just as if the command had come from God. This obedience will then be acceptable to God and pleasing to men, if what is commanded be not done fearfully, slowly, coldly, or with murmuring, or in answer showing unwillingness. Because the obedience which is given to superiors is given to God, who hath said, He that heareth you, heareth me. Hence it ought to be done by the disciples with a good will, because God loveth a cheerful giver. The discipline, is it really supposed to be it? I think it's supposed to be if. I'm gonna go with it. It's right there. So, the disciple obey with ill will and murmur, not only in words but also in heart. Although if he fulfills what is commanded to him, it will not be acceptable to God, who considereth the heart of the murmurer. For such a work he shall not have any reward, but rather incurreth the penalty of murmurers, unless he amend and make satisfaction. Ew. The abbot. When therefore any taketh upon himself the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold doctrine. That is, he ought first to show them all virtue and sanctity and brain. Why you no work? That is, he ought first to show them all virtue and sanctity, more. Why does that sentence hurt my head? He ought first to show them all virtue and sanctity more by deeds than by words. Hence to such as are intelligent, he may declare the commandments of God by words. But to the hard-hearted, and to those of the ruder sort, he must make these precepts manifest by his actions and by his life. Therefore, the abbot ought to teach, ordain, or command nothing but what is conformable to the commands of our Lord. But let his commands and doctrine be mingled in the minds of his disciples, with the level with the leaven of divine justice. Let there be no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let not one be loved or favored more than another, except he be found to surpass the rest in good works and in obedience. Therefore, let the abbot bear equal love to all, and let all be subject to the same orders and discipline, according to their deserts? What? With the more virtuous and intelligent, let him for the first or second time use words of admonition. But the stubborn, the hard-hearted, the proud, and the disobedient, even in the very beginning of their sin, let him chastise with stripes and boldly punishment, knowing that it is written, "The fool is not corrected with words." And again, "Strike thy son with the rod, and thou shalt deliver his soul from death." Okay. Saint Wilgefortis? 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 Wilgefortis. That's a weird name. When I get to the codex part, I'll save the characters for second to last and the events for the very last one. Saint Wilgefortis. Wilgefortis, or in the Bohemian tongue, Saint Starosta, was a girl and saint who lived in the land of Portugal, at the very end of Rome's greatness, and witnessed great movements of the people, and the great strife and unrest that the entire continent faced from the barbarian pagans, particularly from the Huns, Goths, and Avars. Starosta was a virtuous girl and did live in love of Christ, but her father, a nobleman, wished to marry her to the chief of a pagan tribe, in order to gain more land, and to please the raiders. The wretched girl, wishing to avoid this unwanted union, began to pray, and she prayed to God and to all the saints, for so long that she grew a thick beard, the type which old men have, which thus prevented the wedding from occurring. The barbarian chieftain, having seen this would-be bride and her beard, one that not even he would be ashamed of, withdrew from the marriage. But her father was infuriated that the wedding had been called off, and he had his daughter crucified. For this all transpired in times when Christians were still persecuted. Starosta, also known as Wilgefortis, from a corruption of the Latin virgo, that is, virgin, and fortis, that is, strong, who became the patron saint and protector of all that have been unjustly condemned, never achieved as much fame as other saints. But nonetheless, several statues and paintings that do portray this bearded virgin on a cross can be found. Oh. I mean, as long as it didn't scratch, you know. Just gonna. King Sigismund of Hungary. Ew, gross. Stop. I don't know why my voice cracks so often. I think it's because of when I used to work for the Queen Mary and I broke my voice. I think I've been having voice cracking trouble ever since then. It's not very natural to to talk. You know, it doesn't really feel natural when I talk. There's always something that eventually comes up in my throat that's just like, hey, I'm over here. And then it's like, oh no, I'm over here now. Would you like to make this word? No, you're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. Sorry. King Sigismund of Hungary, the son of Emperor Charles IV, and his fourth wife, Elizabeth of Pomerania, Parmesan, Pomerania, may not have inherited the royal or imperial throne, as his brother Wenceslas did. But from his father, his slyness, intelligence, and political talent did he... brain, stop going so fast. But from his father, his slyness, intelligence, and political talent he did inherit. Qualities his brother, the future king, was desperately lacking. For the ginger hair he was born with and his slyness, which he did display many times in his youth, he was given the sobriquet of the ginger fox. Sobriquet? 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 I think it's sobriquet. I don't know. I don't even know what that word means. But I guess it's like title. He was given the sobriquet of the Ginger Fox, by which he was later called by his enemies especially. Sigismund is learned and popular, and his great indulgence in competing in tourneys, and 7 languages of the world does he speak. Since 1387, he has been the King of Hungary, when he wed Mary of Hungary, who was at the time engaged to be married to one of the Dukes of Orleans. And thus, many of evil tongue do say he took her by force and unjustly. However, it may have been though he successfully defended his right to rule Hungary. Later seeing his brother Wenceslas's inability to rule, he did collude with Jobst of Moravia, and did commence to plot against Wenceslas, who ended up in his captivity with the great support of the Czech noblemen, who would rather see Sigismund sit upon the throne than an inept ruler who devotes his time and efforts more to drinking and hunting than to performing his royal duties. But Wenceslas was freed by his other brother, and thus Sigismund's plan to seize power in Bohemia failed. In the year 1396, Sigismund planned a crusade, and thus up arms against the Ottoman Turks. But to the misfortune of all Christians, he was defeated at the Battle of Nicopolis, and thus he removed himself to Hungary. Later, when his brother Wenceslas's rule in Bohemia deteriorated, to the point where his own nobility rose up against him, he called upon the brother for assistance, and he did truly set off to Bohemia with a powerful Hungarian army. But being knowledgeable of the local situation, instead of helping his brother, he occupied his castles and towns, and he had his brother imprisoned, taking the crown for himself, and finally bringing order to the land. Many do say he is a traitor, whilst others do praise his deeds. In all respects, however, he is indeed a much better ruler. See, like I get like shitty moments when I'm reading, where I just like can't fucking bring myself to read at all, and then like I get like little moments of, yeah, that was pretty good. I did it. I didn't fuck it up. Good job. Good little pat on the back, me. Huzzah. I wish my brain functioned better. But that's why I'm reading. To help improve that. Song of the Merry Poor. I'm gonna have to sing. Fuck. Now has winter come, hear you ragged ones. Evil times are on us, and clothing numb. Evil winds blow, evil is sown. Blasts of bitter weather, one upon another, bringing naught but brother. Heavy falls the snow, foretelling great woe. Worn threadbare your cloak, horse torn and shoes are broke. We sleep through summer, heedless in slumber of next winter's snows. Reading out loud is more of a stress? Exactly. And I need that stress to help me read while under stress. How great our woes, how poor our clothes. Ye poor, be of good cheer. Joy is with us here. Ew. Clothes worn away, heads turned to gray. Despair, poor ones, shall guide us on. What can we endeavor, our path forever, to seek God's favor? Caps from our heads torn, none is left to keep what grief we had sown. So shall we yet weep, sheaves cut short and sad of heart. In Bohemia, what to do but to the tavern go for relief from woe? And at the alehouse then they give us naught to drink. Oh, what misery to sup from a dry and empty cup. Upon a curse with empty purse, what can you endeavor? Seek relief from labor and ask God's favor. On Friday here's our fare, soup from water prepared, stew of grass and wood, an end to this bad food. Fish will there be from Danube or sea, or that there's little fear for even eels or deer, and loach are far from here. I'm not very good at this. I don't know the tune for it. On Saturday we'll sup from grief's bitter cup, and on Sunday morning empty bellies groaning. At tables together, one poor as another, we'll sit and take our share of nothing else but air, and let that be our fare. What should I do? Should I do what if I do something like this? The cook for us will brew, from mist and fog stew, from darkness roast game and venison and dreams. Stew a log of wood or a club for food, to honor our guests and treat them. Such food they serve to feed them, would better serve to beat them. Keep your food so rough, black pudding with barley, and cabbage we love, buttermilk and whey, mashed peas, noodles and seeds, of poppy smoked ham too, and pumpkin or two, a chickpea stew. Well, that seemed to work out. I forget what the style of singing that is, but apparently it works well with that. It's like that weird that weird rhyming shit that they do around what is it, spoken word jazz or some shit. I don't fucking know. God, I can't remember. You know what? Fuck it. Let me see if I can do that for the entire thing. Hold on. Let me get this all the way back. Might lose the tempo. I'm trying to, like, preemptively get this ready in my head. But my brain is like, no. Now winter has come, hear you ragged ones. Evil times are on us and clothing none. Evil winds blow, evil is sown. Blast of bitter weather, once upon another. Bring not, but brother. Heavy falls the snow, foretelling great woe. Worn threadbare your cloak, hoarse tone, and shoes are broke. We sleep through summer, heedless in slumber. Of next winter's snows, how great our woes, how poor our clothes. Ye poor, be of good cheer, joy is with us here, clothes worn away, heads turned to grey. Despair, poor ones, shall guide us on. What shall we endeavour, our paths forever, to seek God's favour? Caps from our heads torn, nothing's left to keep. What grief we have sown, so shall we yet reap. Sheaves cut short and sad of heart, in Bohemia what to do but to the tavern to go, for relief from woe. See, there I lost it. And at the alehouse then they give us not to drink, or what misery to sup from a dry and empty cup. Hans accursed with empty purse, what can you endeavour, seek relief from labour, and ask God's favour? On Friday here's our fare, soup from water prepared, stew of grass and wood, and end to this bad food. Fish will be, fish will there be from Danube or sea. See, that word fucks it up. And then I fucked it up. Fish will there be from Danube or sea. Of that there's little fear, or even eels are dear. For even. And lokes are far from here. God, that's such a weird fucking thing. Let me see if I can do that together. On Friday here's our fare, soup from water prepared, stew of grass and wood, and end to this bad food. Fish will there be from Danube or sea, of that there's little fear, for even eels are dear. And lokes are far from here. What are lokes? On Saturday we'll sup from grief's bitter cup, and on Sunday morning empty bellies groaning. At tables together, one pours another, we'll sit and take our share of nothing else but air, and let that be our fare. The cooks for us will brew from mist and fog stew, from darkness roast game, and venison and dreams. Stew a log of wood, or a club for food, to honor guests and treat them. Such food they serve to feed them, would better serve to beat them. Keep your food so rough, black pudding with barley, and cabbage we love but a milk and whey, mashed peas, noodles of seeds, of poppy, smoked ham too, a pumpkin or two, and chickpea stew. What a weird song. I don't know how to fucking sing that, so. On Saint Aldebert, upon the death of Bishop Dietmar, the bishop, the first bishop of the kingdom of Bohemia, Wojtek, known as Aldebert of the Slavnik clan, took his place. It transpired in the year 982, recalling to mind the words of his predecessor, that amongst the common people many injustices have spread, that polygamy against the nobility and blood feuds against the people did flourish, that no soul did honor neither Sabbath nor holy days, and in their place they held markets, that Christians were sold into slavery, and that in the countryside pagan customs did flourish. He resolved to devote his life to fighting against such iniquity. For 5 years did he endeavor to eradicate these iniquities, but he failed, and disgusted, he traveled to Rome to beg the Holy Father for counsel. And he said unto him, My son, if you are incapable of leading your people, then redraw and at least try to save yourself. And he wanted to journey to Jerusalem, but it was impossible to pass himself off as a common pilgrim, for his bishop's vestments gave him away. But cast them aside he could not, and he gave his possessions to the poor. He did cast aside his vestments, and he secluded himself in a Benedictine monastery for several years. But here as well he did see how morality had been degraded, and how the monks lived a nearly earthly life. And in disgust he departed and returned to pastoring and the crozier. To rectify at least some things, he founded Brevnov Monastery as well as several others, and invited monks of great morals to them. Tongue, work, please, thank you. And invited monks of great morals to them to live and devote themselves to God according to the strictest monastic laws. In the year of our Lord, 995, a horrible catastrophe struck his family. Every last man and child was murdered at the fortified town of Liebisch, whence only Aldebert escaped. Perhaps because he was not there, or because no soul dared lay a hand upon a bishop. People, evil of tongue, claim that it was the Premisslid clan that did commit this massacre to solidify its power in Bohemia. Others say that it was Aldebert himself who was responsible, for he offered an adulterous wife, who according to custom should have been killed. Asylum in his church, and thus the disgraced clan of the husband wanted vengeance. But not finding him at Lubisch, they killed his family instead. Sorrowed and disgusted, Aldebert once again retired from his affairs and set off as a missionary to the north, to the land of the pagan Prussians. There he desired to spread the Christian faith, to fight against the pagans' idolatry. But the local inhabitants did not wish to see him, and greeted him with stones and sticks. Seeing such idolatry, he destroyed their idols and chopped down their sacred grove, for they did bow before trees and consider them to be holy. When the pagans saw this, they killed Aldebert, and their trees did drink his blood, and his body they left there. It was only Coleslaw the brave who had the holy remains of this martyr taken to Prague. Coleslaw makes a return. So basically, he was pissing off the hippies. Saint Procopius and Sassa Monastery. Abbot Procopius, a good sheik of outstanding learning, was first an earthly priest, who led an honorable life in full devotion to God. Later, when much blood had been spilt in the kingdom of Bohemia, he went into reclusion, far away from people, to be disturbed by no man, and far from all that is earthly and impure, and to find isolation and peace, so that he could pray to God. With great passion in his heart, he denied his wife and his home, his worldly property, his relatives and friends, and lo, even his own self did he deny, subjecting himself to God's will alone. Fleeing from the tempest of human society, and full of love for Christ, he left for the wilderness, and there he settled, under the arcs of an abandoned cave, whither armed with but the armor of his faith and the swords of the heavens did he drive forth the demons that had e'er lived at that place. For many years did he dwell in the cave, his virtues shielding him from all temptation and impropriety. Prayer, fasting, and keeping vigil bound him fast to the firm rock that is Christ. Though the mercy of the heavens did tales of the most holy Procopius's virtues, spread so that people from all corners of the earth began to seek him out. This clean, pure, and prudent man did listen to their pleas and confessions, and thus their hearts were turned to faith, and their thoughts corrected. From the many gifts that were brought to him, he then built a monastery over his cave, and for the greater glory of the Virgin Mary and Saint John the Baptist, he called forth a gathering of several most pious brothers in Christ. Alongside his brethren, he pursued a pious life of strict morals, and, using the rule of the good Father Benedict as a model, for them he did establish monastic rules for worshipping God. Later, when Procopius had died, and his soul had entered into heaven, a saint, and his body in the cave did lie. The monastery received his name, and thereafter it was borne the title of Benedictine Monastery of St. Procopius. Mm. How bad did he have it at home with his wife and kids to be like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm out. Fuck you. Fuck the kids. Y'all fucking suck. I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm done. I am not dealing with this shit anymore. Alright. I need the restroom again. I'm telling you, it's the water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. What up? On the Cumans. The Cumans, or the Polovtsi, What a weird word. The Cumans, or the Polovtsi, or the Kipchaks, are a nomadic people originally from the steppes above the Black Sea. Is that steeps or steppes? Whence the advancing Mongolian horde had driven them out, and a great abundance of them did settle in Hungary. But many had already settled there years before, and had adopted the local tongue and the Christian faith. But many were of a wild sort, and cruel nature, and thus there was great suffering in Hungary until the Cumans did become civilized. Although mostly baptized, they still maintained some of their barbaric ways until today. And thus to seal an agreement, the Cumans must kill a dog and bury it in the place where talks were held. Nice music. Yeah, I got Twitch soundtrack back, just for this, and I was gonna do it for when Kami was available for Generation Zero tonight, but he didn't say shit all day, so here we are. Finally doing the reading stream. The appearance of the Cuman is unmistakable. A shaved head, a thick plate? Is that plate? A thick plate hanging from the temple, pointy mustaches and eyes and faces slanted, like the Mongols and Tartars, with whom they are often confused. They are small of stature, well suited for riding horses, and often they are so skilled in the saddle that it seems as if that is where they were born. They are oft armed with a bow, which they can use to shoot with great skill from the back of a horse, or with a curved sword. The scimitar and their armor is so light, made to accommodate rapid movement. Cuman warriors should not be underestimated, for from a young age they are trained in combat, and they served as mercenaries, as evidenced by the King of Hungary, and the would-be usurper of the Bohemian crown, Sigismund Luxemburg, who assembled an entire enormous army of Cumans, and who did plunder towns and villages, because there were no other fighters in Hungary who had advanced with him in Bohemia. The music is a bit quiet, I know. I don't want it to overpower my voice. What? Is that better for you? Do you like that better? I increased the volume by 5%. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Can you actually hear it? I don't know if you can or not. Can you actually hear it? Ah, banana. I don't know if you can or not. Can you actually hear it? Ah, banana. Okay, yeah. Alright, I was just making sure. Because you're stupid. There you go. Did I have it at 35 or 30? Is this better? Do you like this? Cause I don't remember. It's not like this is gonna be able to be heard like in the VOD. It's only for the stream. So like Simon, be faster with answering. I increased the volume. Alright, you're useless. Anyway. The Czech campaign in Lombardy won. The mighty Emperor Frederick, known as Barbarossa? You mean the fucking squid guy from the Pirates of the Caribbean? I actually really like the Barbossa's theme, his little music box theme. It's so pretty. The mighty Emperor Frederick, known as Barbarossa, decided to invade the country of Lombardy for the settlers and burghers they were ignoring the emperor. For the elders and burghers, they were ignoring the imperial charter, dishonoring it and disregarding imperial power. And also because the treacherous Vlachs wanted to agree a pact with the Pope against the emperor, and to usurp its power. Knowing well the courage and skill of the Bohemian warriors, the emperor asked the Czech prince Vladislav of the House of Przemysl for the support of his troops in the campaign. In return for his aid, the emperor let the Bohemian prince be crowned and issue a royal edict, so that the Czechs would have a king of their own. So the emperor did in January of the year MCLV. I don't know. What is that? 5, 6, 7, 8? MCL 8? I don't know what that is. In the year thereafter, the emperor and his forces marched on Lombardy to bring order to the country, and especially to humble the rich and glorious city of Milan, where the greatest insurrection was underway. Here, too, the Czech were of great help, bravely fighting the Vlachs wherever they encountered them. They built a bridge across the river Adda, where the Milanese had torn down the old bridge to halt the emperor's advance. The Czechs held off the Lombardian troops so that the emperor and his army could cross the river and besiege the town. And so it came about that in the month of August the city was besieged, and the Czechs were given the task of guarding the gate of St. Dionysius. For a month the imperial army laid siege, engaging more than once with the Milanese, and every time the Czechs fought bravely and powerfully, for which they subsequently earned a great recognition from both the imperial soldiers and the Milanese. The Czechs thought up all manners of ruses and tricks to frighten the enemy, such as making life-size figurines of bread dough, which within sight of the battlements they roasted on a fire and ate, to spread fear among the Milanese that they ate children, or blackening their faces with charcoal and fighting wildly, so the enemy would think it was not men but devils who were attacking them. But it is also said that the Czechs shot poisoned arrows at the foe, and all manner of other unrighteous deeds. Wait a minute, so you mean these dudes make fucking loaves of bread in the shape of babies? Oh, that's fucking great. That's a great way to spread fear into the enemy. If they catch you fucking eating, they're like, holy shit, these motherfuckers eating babies, yo. What the fuck? It's like that fucking video with like the baby cake that looks so realistic, and then someone puts a knife in it, cutting a fucking slice of that shit. The Czech campaign in Lombardy, too. The Czech king Vladislav killed the Milanese standard-bearer with his own hands. The Milanese, seeing that the fight against the emperor and the Czechs was futile, appealed to the king Vladislav to intercede on their behalf with the emperor and to help find a peaceful solution. This was done, and the Milanese succumbed to the emperor, recognized his authority, and paid a large ransom. I think that's supposed to be paid, for which the emperor left them many rights and confirmed old ones. Then the emperor again pronounced Vladislav king, and the Czechs returned home, crowned with much glory and wealth. Many great Czech houses of ancient origin commemorate their ancestors who fought so bravely at Milan. One was granted a golden ladder in their coat of arms for scaling the walls and being the first to surmount them. Jesh of Pardubis and his cavalry were said to have forced their way into the town and pillaged there. When they were going back, the defenders, in an effort to stop them, hurried to lower the iron portcullis. Jesh managed to flee the town, but the falling portcullis killed his horse, cutting it in two, and he had to get back to the siege. encampment on foot with his loot, for which he was given in his coat of arms a half-slivered silver horse, which to this day the lords of Pardubis bear on their standards and shields. The Czech nobility have long numbered the glorious campaign and commemorated it as proof of the bravery and warfare skill of all Czechs. The Groom and the Apprentice. The Groom and the Scholar. Wait, what? Scholar, you wretched fellow, how can you so boldly bellow? You with no coin to your name, gaunt and afraid of the cane, trudging through this world in squalor, ever burdened by your labor. However you may toil and sweat, no better garments shall you get. To go in rags is a pupa's lot. A bed to lie on you have not. Now you lie by the hearth at night, but in winter you will have to fight, to warm your bones by the fireside near, for they'll drive you out without a care. You'd be blessed to sleep on the floor at least, not left to die on the earth like a beast, shivering on the frozen ground, with chattering teeth and frost all round. And still, you'll have no end of two chores. Lighting the stove and sweeping the floors, your work may never be forgot, although you cannot sleep a jot, when on the cold hard ground you lay. I'm better off, I proudly say, my bed of straw is like paradise, where at night I peacefully lie, like a bird in a feathered nest of spruce. Though at times I lie in dung, God's truth, but still I suffer little pain, save when I am soaked by rain. I must wait till dawn and my clothing dries, and I wipe it clean as soon as I rise. So the cloth is clean and bright next day. Mark my words, one thing I'll say. The peasants fear me to a man. Wherever I may walk or stand, all bow their heads before me low. Welcome, master, they greet me so. Even the farmer steps aside, and the chickens can hardly run and hide. I'm glad for that. For if they will, let them hide in my bag until I take them with me to a feast, plucked and cooked in their own grease. One thing I'll say, since you entreat me, I have no fear my lord will beat me. The Scholar to the Groom. You are but a rag from the stable. How oft you food on your table? Slender you are as a weed, no better than a peasant indeed. Mucking out dung every day, no better thing comes your way. With a scholar you cannot compare, whose prospects are better than fair. Unlike you, you rabble unlearned, God willing one day I'll have earned a bishop's mitre and crosier, for one labor to make my life rosier. Unless fortune should prove contrary, I'll go to the famed seminary, in pursuit of my true aspiration, to gain my first ordination. And who would dare to spite me when I am high and mighty, in golden robes and of fabric grand, a priest or prelate of the land? While I shall preach from the pulpit, you will stand like a guilty culprit. In your stinking rags at your prayer, shrinking under my glare, you wretched bearer of ill will, put aside your conceit and be still. Save your quarrels and your curses, men's worth is not in their purses. Be wise and heed my advice, if you wish for a long and happy life. Abandon your stable and your rabble. The Kingdom of Bohemia. As far back as the memories recorded in our great chronicles do stretch, our lands have been fertile and settled in great abundance, and offered refuge to many, and exceeded other countries in beauty and bounty. Before the waning of the first month... Oh my goodness! God, fucking hell! Oh hey! What? Did you do that on your own, Simone? Or did the donut do that? Ah. Courtesy of the True Donut has entered month 2. Oh. Alright. From the top, the Kingdom of Bohemia. As far back as the memories recorded in our great chronicles do stretch, our land has been fertile, and settled in great abundance, and offered refuge to many, and exceeding other countries in beauty and bounty. Before the waning of the first millennium, 2 empires did exist here side by side. The Great Moravian Empire, and the disunited Duchy of Bohemia, in which the Primilid dynasty did reign supreme, and Saint Wenceslaus, the patron saint of the land, did hail from this lineage, as did his brother Kolsla, as did his brother Kolsla the first, who solidified power and unified the land. His son, Kolsla II, did promote the parish of Prague into the Diocese of Prague. Oh. And thus the land did join the Holy Roman Empire, although no ruler of Premislid lineage had yet received the title of king. The first to do so was Vladislaus II, who in the year of our Lord, 1086, for coming to the aid of the emperor during the attack of Milan, did earn himself the crown, but his progeny did not have such fortune. Until Ottokar defended his inherited right to the crown. It would have been natural for him to then occupy the neighboring land of Moravia, but he did not, for he wisely and peacefully charged his son with administering the land, and thus did make of Moravian March, which later became not an imperial fiefdom, but a royal fiefdom, belonging to the Bohemian crown. But the Premislids were not meant to rule for long, for a murderer's hand did intervene, and this great dynasty was slayed by the sword, and empty throne did then fall to the Luxembourgs, who did annex to this country other territories of great size, so that the kingdom of Bohemia nearly stretched from sea to sea. The most famed of kings of Bohemia, and the king of the Romans in the same man, was Charles IV of Luxembourg, who did establish great wealth and bounty for the entire land, and its fame did spread. For he did promote the diocese to an archdiocese, and did command for a great university at Prague to build a new town. To be built, and a new town with a stone bridge to connect it to the old. The University of Prague did become the home of many a learned man, and Prague did become the seat of the empire. Charles's firstborn son, Wenceslaus IV, was bequeathed land of great riches and prosperity by his father. But he did devote himself more to whores and drink than to wise rule. He did set his own bishops against Rome and against each other, and his incompetence as a ruler was so great that his own brother, who had inherited the way of a ruler from his father, had him taken prisoner and dethroned. There's a note here. What has been written here about the good King Wenceslaus is a blatant lie. Sigismund, the ginger fox, is the son of a whore and traitor to his land. King Wenceslaus is the one true king. I don't know why it counts as a sub. The Tale of Melusine II. Knight Raymond and Melusine lived happily and had many children together, all of whom were marked by the mark of the family, though all became brave knights and wise rulers. In time, though, Raymond began to be consumed by curiosity as to what his wife was doing alone in her chambers on Saturday, and why only she could be there on that day. This is the continuation of that thing. So on Saturday he hid and waited for his wife to come to her chambers. With his knife he cut a slit in the door through which he could see inside. And what he spied there horrified him. In the room was a big tub of water in which Melusine reclined. But from the waist down she had the body of a scaly creature, a serpent. Fright gripped his heart, and he called out in surprise, at which Melusine realized that her husband had betrayed him on his I think that's supposed to be his promise to her. She was seized by terrible sadness, turned into a dragon, and flew out the window. And from that moment Raymond never saw his wife again. Until many, many years later she appeared to him to tell him he would die in 3 days' time. And so it came to pass, and Raymond died. From that day forth cursed Melusine secretly guards. What? Wait. From that day forth cursed Melusine secretly guards the lives of all the descendants of her line, and appears to them 3 days before their death to foretell it. Wow. As was foretold, many glorious princely families descended from the line of Raymond and Melusine. Among the most renowned, respected, and foremost of them is the Luxembourg family, including Wenceslas IV, King of Bohemia, and his brother Sigismund, King of Hungary. That is why the knights of this clan often carry in tournaments an ornament in the form of a dragon, and because they themselves have a little dragon's blood in them, it is not prudent to anger them or enter into conflict with them, or disagree with them, because their lineage makes them quick-tempered, quarrelsome, and hot-blooded. Shit, if I was fucking married to a dragon, woo, be like Dragon and Donkey from Shrek. The Legend of Saint Dorothy. Beautiful young Dorothy lived a life of piety. Dorothy, a maiden fair, a wreath of gold upon her hair. Of gold and whitest lily of the Virgin Mary, the king desired Dorothy and wrote to her ardently. Fair Dorothy, wilt thou be mine? The world shall honor beauty thine. It is another that I love, our Lord Jesus Christ above. The king grew angry at Dorothy, put her under lock and key, and then to war he rode away. For several years he fought abroad, and in the 8th year he returned. Of Dorothy he then inquired if she lived or she had died. Oh, she lives, sir, she lives yet, though nothing has she drunk or ate. Dorothy they brought her in, and made her stand before the king. Fair Dorothy, wilt thou be mine? This world shall honor beauty thine. It is another that I love, our Lord Jesus Christ above. The angry king gave orders then to burn her in a hot oven. The more she baked in it, though, the fairer did she grow, and so they took her out again, and made her stand before the king. Fair Dorothy, wilt thou be mine? The world shall honor that beauty thine. It is another that I love, our Lord Jesus Christ above. The king bade them heat up oil, and put Dorothy in it to boil. The longer they boiled her, though, the fairer did she grow. And so they took her out again, and made her stand before the king. Dorothy, thou wilt be mine. The world shall honor beauty thine. It is another that I love, our Lord Jesus Christ above. The king, when Dorothy had spoken, put her on a wheel to be broken. To God Almighty she appealed to save her from the torture wheel. God took mercy on Dorothy, and sent a bolt from the clear blue sky that shook the earth with its great thunder, and smashed the torture wheel asunder. When the king of this he heard, he had Dorothy put to the sword, taken beyond the city wall to behead her once and for all. Elijah she met on the way, who asked, "Where goest thou, Dorothy?" "To the garden of Christ I go, to pick the fruit that in it grows. Lilies too I'll pick therein, side by side with the Blessed Virgin. If so," he said, "I beg of thee, wilt thou please send some to me?" The executioner's sword on the first stroke hit her neck, and in twain it broke. To the winter of the folk enraged the executioner sore, raised his sword and struck once more. Her sacred head from her neck was cloven, and her soul departed to heaven, to dwell amongst the angels on high, like a star in the nighttime sky. Down from heaven comes a child, a most beautiful infant mild. In its hand a basket it carries, filled with wondrous fruits and berries. Elijah, faithful friend, this basket of fruit I bring from the orchard heavenly, as thy sister promised thee, the day that death set her free. Weird. Uh-oh. Sorry, give me a bit. Alright. Sorry about that. I spilled water. The New Council by Smil Flashka of Pardubis. 'Twas in a time that's now long gone, the king of all the beasts, the lion, sent his envoys far and near, for all the animals to hear. Every one, both great and small, must answer to their monarch's call. This command the lion did say, even Prince Eagle must obey, and bring all birds upon the wing to come and bow before their king. The king's command by all was heard, they heeded well the royal word. Even the eagle's princely domain could not deny the lion's reign. It too was subject to the king, who in those days ruled everything. And so the eagle, prince of birds, obeyed the lion's royal words, and brought his legions of the air, all creatures then assembled there, in one great restless throng awaiting, anxious to oblige their great king. Attentively they craned their necks, to hear what orders would come next. Looking down on all his court, the lion started to report why they were all assembled here, to hear his words with prickled-up ears. Loyal subjects, dearest friends, well I know that to the end you served my father faithfully, as all know well on land and sea. 'Twas by your counsel and your aid his kingdom of the world he made. This loyalty shall you give me too, for I have placed my trust in you. Lords and ladies, princes, knights, subjects of my realm by rights, I am a king of tender years, and so you are all gathered here, to advise me, each and every one, how my dominion shall be run. Should. Continues with how the animals advise their king to rule wisely and justly, so that his kingdom would prosper and his subjects to thrive. All of this, though, is treated of in another book. What? The Peculiar Siege of Prague. In the year of our Lord 1401, in the summer after the prince-electors stripped King Wenceslaus of the title of Holy Roman Emperor, due to his inability and unwillingness to rule, the army of Jobst Margrave of Moravia and the League of Lords appeared before the gates of Prague, alongside the armies of William of Mason, with the support of Prokop, the cousin of the king, who was initially sent to William to discourage him from the war. But in the end he joined with him. Together they laid siege to the town from two sides, from north and south, but their strength was not so great that they could take the town by storm, or even to fully encircle its walls. King Wenceslas did not want to come out of the safety of the town walls. King Wenceslas did not want to come out of the safety of the town walls with his army, so all the armies remained in place and waited to see what would happen. And none of those laying siege wanted to send their armies against Prague to destroy it, for they did not wish to cause any injury to the kingdom of Bohemia, but only force Wenceslas to capitulate and relinquish the crown of Bohemia. Sigismund of Luxembourg, who had been vying for the throne, remained at that time in the captivity of his own subjects, and thus he could not come to the aid of either side. It is said that if he were to have come to the aid of someone, he would have likely helped his brother Wenceslas, although he had warred with him at other times, because blood is blood, and it would be preferable for the crown to stay in the family. The besiegers of Prague kept up their siege and even brought food and supplies to the people of Prague, for rowdy soldiers did not plunder the surrounding area and spared the farms. Seeing this willingness of this army, the army of Prague had no desire whatsoever to commit to violent deeds. 17 days did the army lay siege. 17 days did they negotiate and make schemes so complicated that many got lost in them, and they began to conspire against each other. On the 17th day, Jobst and the League of Lords came to an agreement with King Wenceslas that the former will not have to relinquish the crown, but decision-making and government shall be left to the nobles from then on, and that he should endeavor no more to rule. William, seeing that no fruits would be borne, retreated to his army back to Meissen. The peculiar siege ended without lose of life or injury. I think it's supposed to be loss. The only one to suffer loss was Wenceslas. Yes, probably, yeah. There's typos. For the soldiers in the royal siege encampments had slaughtered all of the game in the royal preserve to fill their bellies. Almost done with the books. And then it's on to the Codex. On the Prince-Electors. The Holy Roman Empire stretches from sea to sea, and does occupy most of the European continent. Within it, there are many countries and many kingdoms that are united under one crown, and which is called the Empire. It is ruled over by an emperor, who judges the kings and princes, and who reigns supreme over all of the lands of the empire. It is an elected title, for when the old emperor dies, a new emperor is elected by the prince-electors, of which there are 7, and who are called in the German tongue Kurfürsten. Kurfürsten. I don't know. It's a weird word. Emperor Charles did establish this system in his golden bull, And these 7 ah, shit, god damn it, no. Oh, god. Fuck. I've been so tired all day, and I just couldn't sleep. I finally was eventually able to sleep, but I don't even think that I slept that long, honestly. I think maybe an hour at the most, or 2. Like I said, I've been waiting all day for Kami, but apparently he's busy or some shit. I don't know. He might be high. Or dead, I don't know. Emperor Charles did establish this system in his Golden Bull, and the 7 electors are as follows. The Archbishop of Mainz as the Imperial Chancellor of the German lands. The Archbishop of Cologne. Cologne. As the Arch-Chancellor of the Italian lands. The Archbishop of Troyes as the Chancellor of Burgundy. Count Palpatine of the Reign as the Arch-Steward. The Duke of Saxony as the Arch-Marshal. The King of Bohemia as the Arch-Cupbearer. And finally, the Margrave of Brandenburg as the Arch-Chamberlain. All of these electors must agree upon an emperor and confirm his election. And then the emperor must accept the crown from the Pope to confirm his title, which in current times is a complicated affair. For there are 2 who claim to be Pope, and no one knows which is the true one. Oh, Rule of Saint Benedict I. Ah, why is it? I don't understand why. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So this is the one before. Ah. Silence. Let us act in accordance with that saying of the prophet. I have said, I will keep my ways, that I offend not with my tongue. I have been watchful over my mouth. I held my peace and humbled myself, and was silent from speaking even good things. If therefore, according to this saying of the prophet, we are at times to abstain, for silence sake, even from good talk, how much more ought we to refrain from evil words, on account of the guilt and penalty of sin? Therefore, because of the importance of silence, let leave to speak be seldom given, even to perfect disciples, although their words be of good and holy matters, tending unto edification. Because it is written, In much speaking thou shalt not escape sin. And in another place, Death and life are in the hands of the tongue. For it behoveth a master to speak and teach, and it beseemeth a disciple to hold his speech and listen. If, therefore, anything must be asked of the prior, let it be done with humility, subjection, and reverence, that he who asks may not seem to speak more than is necessary. But as for buffoonery, idle words, or such as move to laughter, we utterly condemn and forbid them in all places, nor do we allow a disciple to open his mouth to give them utterance. Is Kami still coming or not? No. What do you mean? I'm not playing anything else. This stream is going to be exclusively for reading the lore. I'm only reading the lore for this stream. On daily manual labor. Idleness is an enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren ought to be employed at certain times in laboring with their hands, and at other fixed times in holy reading. Wherefore we think that both these occasions may be well ordered thus: from Easter till the 1st of October, let them on going forth from prime labor at whatever they are required till about the 4th hour. It hurts my head. From the 4th till close upon the 6th hour, let them be employed in reading. And rising from table after the 6th hour, let them rest on their beds with all. Oh, this is like the rules for the monastery or some shit. It reminds me of that. At the 6th hour, let them rest on their beds with all silence. Or if perchance of anyone shall desire to read, let him read in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said seasonably at about the middle of the 8th hour. And after that, let them work at what they have to do till the evening. If the situation of the place or their poverty require them to labor in reaping their corn, let them not be saddened thereat. For then are they monks in very deed, when they live by the labor of their hands, as our fathers and the apostles did before us. Yet let all things be done with moderation for the sake of faint-hearted. God, that last bit hurt my head. Oh. The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. India. From the land of the Moors, one travels to India by way of countries and mountains of various sizes, and the Indian land are divided into 3. The first is called the Greater, which has in it too much heat. The second, the Middle, which is not so hot. The third is called the Lesser, and is so cold that the water there turns to crystals and rock. And these are the crystals that the merchants bring here. In India there are many different kingdoms, strange customs and passions, people and animals. It is called India after the river Indus, which flows through it. And the people who live beside this waterway are wise and ugly, and they hunt eels in the river, that are more than 30 feet long. There are as many as 5,000 islands in the sea, on each of which different laws and customs prevail, and each of them is a whole country, with a king and his subjects, and there are thousands of castles and towns, and countless people, though they are unknown to us, for few people travel out of India, because wherever they should go, they would be homesick for their country, and also because on your travels you will encounter many cutthroats, and also there live many terrible beasts and poisonous worms, and the oceans are so dangerous that one would hardly swim therein, and in some places is the heat so great that in the daytime people are burned to death by the sun. People here are sick too, and from the heat the intestines come out of their bodies, and in the land no iron or other metal is allowed. For in the land are many magnetic rocks, and therefore, if a ship should have such metals on it, it would be drawn onto the cliffs, and everyone would die. Right? Didn't I send that dog away? Oh, there's a different dog. Why is that dog barking? Move over here. Ah! Wenceslas IV. He is the ruler of the lands of Bohemia, and the former king of the Roman Empire. Although many evil of tongue do say he is no true king, and side with his half-brother Sigismund. In the year of our Lord 1361, he was born unto Emperor Charles IV, and his wife Anna of Schweidnitz, and his wife Anna of Swifty, and through the right of primogeniture, did inherit the throne from his father. At the young age of but 2 years of old, he was crowned king of Bohemia, and at the age of but 15 he sat upon the throne of the emperor. Both actions that aroused outcry for to crown a new king whilst an older one is still alive, is neither ordinary nor common, and, all the same, the young king cannot rule until he reaches adulthood. When later King and Emperor Charles died, and Wenceslas rightfully sat upon both thrones, he ruled well at first, but poor counselors and unwise rulers of the lands of Europe did vex him greatly, and thus the king, abandoning his initial enthusiasm, turned his attention instead to drinking and hunting. And thus in the empire did discontent with the new ruler grow. And Wenceslas, instead of reconciling conflicts, fled from them, for he did not need to resolve them. And thus it came to be that he did not go to receive his crown, for he desired not to enrage the French, who at that time had their own pope in Avignon. And he did cause such indignation in the Margrave of Moravia that Jobst of Moravia had him in prison, until the king resolved the troubles in his country. But in place of resolving conflicts, Wenceslas's disregard for proper rule preserved, and he was freed by his brother John. Discontent grew, and many other noblemen did protest, and a League of Lords was formed to remove Wenceslas from the throne. And on it, they would have preferred to see sit his second brother, Sigismund. Brother is shopping, but leaving me alone. Alright, thank you, Brain. Appreciate the little leavies. The little leavy lickies. On it they would have preferred to see sit his second brother, Sigismund, who ruled in Hungary at the time. Wenceslas heeded neither warning nor threats of the lords, and continued to rule as he saw fit, or rather to devote himself to amusements. And when the lords had no more patience for him, and a rebellion against him broke out, he requested assistance of his second brother, Sigismund, to whom he entrusted rule of the land. He, however, did not help his brother, but took his royal castles and imprisoned Wenceslas. For not just rule did Sigismund take, but the crown of Bohemia as well, which a certain fraction of the lords did welcome, for they were glad to see order and law restored in the kingdom. In these days, King Wenceslas remained Sigismund's captive, whilst Sigismund the Ginger Fox plunders Bohemia. Ye wicked blacksmiths! Blacksmiths, let ye pay good heed, and stoop not to dishonest deeds, which some do, caring not a jot, as sinful ye regret it not. Tools of wicked trade to make unscrupulously profit's sake. A thief comes creeping out of sight to your house in darkest night, and says, "Master, rise and shine. I'll reward you well with coin, if you'll just forge secretly certain implements for me. Forge for me a powerful saw that will cut even iron right through, that nothing can resist at all, whether it be big or small. And also a dagger of sharpest steel, that I can beneath my cloak conceal. Forge me 10 strong keys as well, better than any in heaven or hell, which will open any lock on earth. Blacksmith, give me my money's worth." Thus, with promise of reward, he tempts the master with honeyed words. This the blacksmith gladly hears, the thief's words music to his ears. "All the tools that you may need I shall willingly forge indeed. All that you ask, I'll deliver, as long as you pay me in silver. With groschen we will fill your purse when you bring these things to us. Come to us in the deepest woods, where our merry band will await your goods. God gifted you with golden hands, but riches you'll get from a robber's band. The smith's bargain with the thief is done. Honor and conscience he has none. He'd sell his soul to anyone. And with that, I have one more probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ulrich's documents. Safe conduct. According to the good gentleman, Ulrich of Passau. We, the aldermen of the great and noble glorious city of Passau, do hereby wish God's grace and mercy, and do offer goodwill to all and sundry princes, religious and secular, dukes and counts, margraves, barons, lords, and other nobles, chamberlains, ministers, and councillors, knights and squires, hetmen and captains, customs officials, treasurers and officials and bailiffs of cities, towns and villages and other settlements, and their elders and governors, and to all others who are subject and faithful to the Holy Roman Empire, and to all who, by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, shall take into their hands this missal. Esteemed, gracious, noble, and faithful friends, we hereby recommend to you each and all the holder of this parchment, the venerable knight Sir Ulrich, good gentleman and our loyal friend, who shall soon come to your kingdom of Bohemia as our envoy and emissary. And we ask you to receive him upon his arrival. Yes. I never got to actually reading the entire thing of this. And we ask you to receive him upon his arrival with the same goodwill and respect you graciously afford us, to treat him kindly, and to suffer him to travel, and to assist him in his journey, and to allow him safe conduct over all roads, ports, bridges, lands, and fiefdoms, counties, provinces, cities, towns, castles, villages, and any other place in your kingdom of Bohemia. And by your good grace to see Sir Ulrich safe and unmolested passage in his mission to uphold the honor and good name of our great city. Set down in the city of Passau in the year of our Lord 1403. Letter from Brannick? Message for Sir Redzing. I wonder. That was Mario. And the music. I want to see. I think it's Ushitz, right? Yeah, that church. We'll go over there and return the book. If I still have it. I don't know if I do. I'm hungry. It's been 3 hours since I started the stream. 3 hours. Man, this is some rain. There we go.
Yeah. God be with you.
Manuscript. Manuscript. Ah. Okay.
I brought you back that manuscript you lent me.
Ah, the opus of Matthew of Yano. I was wondering if I'd ever see it again. Thanks, my son. See you later.
Yeah, now that is some fucking rain, isn't it? Hey, how's it going? I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can get something to eat real quick. Enjoy the music. Alright. I'm back, but not for too long. You know, I have the pot turned on right now. So, I don't know, in about like 5 or 10 minutes, I'll go check the water, see if it's boiling, and make myself some noodles. But, in the meantime, I'm here, and we can start learning about all this. Alchemy. Alchemy was a discipline get out of my way. Alchemy was a discipline combining mysticism, hermeneutics, chemistry, physics, and many other spheres of learning. Medieval alchemists worked in laboratories, often situated at noblemen's mansions or in royal cities. They found application in smelters, mints, mines, and glassworkers, and wherever industrial production needed assistance. The work of alchemists was challenging and costly, and so required the support of patrons. Successful alchemists earned wealth and fame, while the unsuccessful ended up in prison or were sentenced to death. Two fundamental alchemical objectives persisted through the entirety of the Middle Ages: to find the mystical philosopher's stone, and to transmute base materials into gold. Animal husbandry. In the Middle Ages, a significant part... Fuck. Water. There we go. In KCD, we use a genuine preserved alchemical laboratory as our model. In Kingdom Come Deliverance, we use a genuine preserved alchemical laboratory as our model. Oh. Though the minigame itself is adapted for practical use. Instead of processing mercury or sulfur, our cauldron cooks up herbal concoctions. Oh, wow. Neat. Animal husbandry. In the Middle Ages, a significant part of any property ownership consisted of livestock. Horses, goats, cattle, and poultry. Horses were highly prized, and until the 12th century were only available for the nobility for military purposes, and for light hauling. The change came in the 12th and 13th century, when horses came to be used for transport and tillage. In Bohemia, horses began to be shod from the 11th and 12th century, up to the 13th only as a rule of the front hooves, and later, when horses were used for heavier work on all four. Almost every serf in the Middle Ages would prefer to own a cow than a piece of arable land, so even some landless folk had access to food by way of milk. Curiously enough, in the Middle Ages, milk and dairy goods were not traded much. For one thing, many people had a cow of their own, but also because no effective means of milk and dairy product preservation was yet known. Sheep were kept by both serfs and the upper classes, largely for their wool. The poorest often kept a goat for milk and cheese. Pigs were left to forage in the woods all year round, feeding on beech nuts and acorns. Medieval pigs were much like wild boar and had little in common with today's pink animals. The most commonly kept poultry were chickens, and only rarely geese or ducks. What about pheasants? All cattle grazed freely on the meadows around the village. In heavy winters, the livestock was kept inside the house, even sharing the same room with the people and serving as a source of heat. Armor. In the 14th century, manufacturing capabilities grew to include the forging of stronger, often combined armor. Plate armor was developed thanks to improved steel-making techniques and the ability to beat out larger sheets of metal at forging mills. The soldier's head was protected by a helmet. Example, the kettle hat, the sallet, or the great helm. Sorry. Armor was crafted by platesmiths and helmers, often from one piece of tempered sheet metal, skullcaps, scallots, or riveted together from several smaller pieces, kettle helms or great helms. The best armor of the early 15th century was considered to be that made in Germany and Italy. Combination armor was used by heavy cavalry. It was based around chainmail, supplemented by plate armor on the limbs and a simpler version of the cuirass or placard, or just a gambeson, quilted breastcoat. Some cuirasses and breastplates were equipped with a hook to support the knight's spear or lance in combat. If the armor lacked a hook, the spear or lance was lodged into the boosh, a notch in the shield, which covered the left arm controlling reins at the lower part of the helmet. A very common helmet type was the bassinet, with its distinctly shaped clap visor, giving rise to the name hound skull. In addition, pictorial sources frequently showed iron hats, often with one or two viewports. The shoulders were protected either by chainmail sleeves or pauldrons. An essential part of the armor was the shield. Why couldn't I use the spear with the bush shield? Why can't I use a sword with the bush shield? Poop. Armory. This was the place where the military equipment was kept, or the civic militia's repository. Swords, spears, halberds, bows and arrows, crossbows, suits of armor. Why wasn't there crossbows? I've been wondering this. Why was there no crossbows? Give me crossbows. Helmets and other offensive and defensive weapons and firearms. In times of threat, it was the duty of all residents to defend the city, and for these purposes the city had an armory with enough to arm its residents. Even in times of peace, the townspeople often had to take turns on guard duty. Alright, it should be around the time where my noodles started boiling, so I'll be right back, and I'll continue this after. I just got back. Shut up. Food. Food equals eating. Eating equals not read. I can't read with shit in my mouth. Maybe I will. Maybe you should also have a good meal. Maybe you should get something to eat. I'm gonna look up rapiers in 14th century. Fuck. Earlier mid 16th century is when they started showing up. Okay. Wait a minute. At the end of the Middle Ages, weapons began to be used not only on the battlefield, but for civilians as well. The rapier became the essential self-defense weapon of the Renaissance man. This project explores the evolution and manufacture of the rapier through history. At the end of the Middle Ages. Mm-hmm. Alright. Just wanted to see when they showed up. So I don't know anything about repairs, but it'd be cool to have one. Sorry if anyone showed up right now. I'm in the middle of eating. Swordbreaker. The Swordbreaker was basically a fucking dagger. I. God, I wish I could have had a. I wish I could use the fucking Swordbreaker instead of like a shield. Just being able to fucking catch people's blades and be like, nah, bitch, you gonna die now. They had that shit back then. It was a thing. It's like a parrying dagger. Ooh, this is a pretty one. Hold on. Damn. Here, let me show you. Let's get that out of the way. That over here. Properties. Da da da. But this is it. Uh oh. Oh, sorry. My bad. Meh. Meh. Look at this thing. This thing's fucking cool as shit. These guys made this shit. It looks pretty. Damn. They did a really good job on this shit. Wow. Ah. Wait, did that... Okay. Apparently my connection to this site is not secure, but it's very pretty. Blacksmith and YouTuber Alex Daly. I'm gonna have to subscribe to these. Anyway, wait, what happened to music? Music, work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bit. All right. Oh, wait, I forgot. Yeah, I know music works again. I fixed it. 'Cause I'm a genius. Okay? Me big smart. Okay? Okay. Alright, I'm done eating, by the way, if you couldn't tell. And now we continue on with the reading of the lore. Astrology. In the Middle Ages, alchemy and psychic were naturally linked with astrology, which was regarded as applied astronomy. Since ancient times, fate had been considered the expression of divine will, emanating from the heavens and giving mankind signs in the constellations of stars and planets. Indeed, the Arabs of ancient Greeks had made tables, schemes, and catalogues of stars and constellations, as well as calendars used for navigation. The movement of celestial bodies had an influence on political issues, on decisions about war or marriage, even medical treatment, food preparation, or tasks associated with agriculture were deemed to be subject to celestial mechanics. Based on the constellations, every person was assigned a sign of the zodiac, which determined his health, career, and social relationships through his life. Astrologers use many devices in their work, such as astrolabels, sextants, quadrants, sundials, and other devices for accurate monitoring of the skies. Unlike today, astrology was a highly regarded and respected science, and many astronomers of that time were also astrologers. I wish I could see a sundial in one of these games. Just like a natural sundial that people built. It would be pretty cool. Baptism, like a working one. One that actually works with the shadows. Baptism. Under Christian doctrine, baptism is the ritual shedding of original sin, and salvation cannot occur without it. Original sin condemns all people since Adam to die. In the early Middle Ages, adults who consciously entered into the Christian fold were the ones baptized. While at the height of the Middle Ages, baptism came to include even young children. If a child died prematurely, an example unbaptized, its soul could not go to heaven, nor could the body be buried in hallowed ground. Baptism took place mainly on religious holidays, especially at Easter, and churches would have special baptismal fronts for the occasion, the baptistry. Weird. You'll be stuck in purgatory, I think that's how that works. Beverages. Music, where'd you go? Come back, music. Come back. Music, come back. Where the fuck did you go, bitch? Music, come back. What happened to my music? Hey, refresh. Bitch. Uh-oh. We're having troubles connecting to your streaming software. Help. It's because of this shit? Yay. Welp. I'm probably gonna lose the audio for the game for this VOD. That's cool. Why? Why are you being stupid? Oh. It's working again. Huzzah! If you ever want to know the song that's playing... Oh, fuck, this is so good. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. The song that I'm listening to right now is Comforting You. Original mix by WIS. Fuck. I'm adding that to Spotify. If I can find it. Ah, yes, it's there. Yes, please. Give me. Yes. I never got to, like, add that one. I really wanted to add that one. Anyway. Beverages. There were shortages of clean drinking water due to pollution of watercourses by human activities around rural settlements, and fruit juices were available only in season. Hence everyone, including children, drank beer. The beer brewed at home was weaker and heavier than today, containing 1 to 5% alcohol and served instead of soup. It had no head of foam, was brewed from wheat, so-called white beer, or from barley, old beer. Only in the 15th century did hops become to be added for better beer quality, bringing out a bitter flavor. Wine was drunk primarily at court and in the monasteries. It differed from today's by its spicy, very sweet taste. It would be condensed into a thick syrup and diluted with water. Spirits were altogether rare. Distillation took place in small volumes. Fruit and cereal distillates were again weaker than today's, about 15 to 20%. The most popular drink was mead, made from fermented honey dissolved in water. So does that mean that this takes place somewhere around the 15th century? Since, like, there's recipes for ones with hops? Or at least, like, yeah, probably around there, or the 6th. Somewhere between the 15th and 16th, I think this game might be around. I don't fucking know the history of this shit. Because I'm a big dummy. Brainstorm could probably, like, enlighten me. I don't know. Or was it someone else? Probably someone else, I don't know. But I want rapiers. I want to poke people to death with a sweet-ass rapier. And I want the big ass fucking stick that one dude had. I want a Kanabo. Which is better than the stick that dude had, but if I added spikes to it and made it look pretty. Black Chronicle. Acta Negra Maleficorum. Black boots, also called pitch books or blood books. Black books, okay, not boots. What is wrong with my face? Held information and records of delinquents and people suspected of capital crimes. The records were kept by the clerk of the municipal court of the interrogation of the prisoners, sometimes under torture. The oldest preserved black books date from the early 16th century. Books and libraries. Collecting and preserving written records. Hold on. I need to make sure that... Okay. Coolio. Is it? Yeah. I was a little worried. I think, judging by what I see, the audio for the game should be there in post, unless I'm out of the application. Hopefully. Anyway. Books and libraries. Collecting and preserving written records goes back to ancient times, but the barbarians who sacked Rome in the 5th century destroyed a great many. So a lot of rare manuscripts have only been preserved indirectly via the Arab world. Various materials were used to write on. Pieces of fabric, papyrus or vellum, fine animal leather. Parchment was expensive and was therefore used primarily for codices and deeds of privilege, due to its significantly longer lifespan. The most widely used material was paper. The writing implements used included the quill pen, engraver, brush, or reed cane, charcoal, and chalk sticks. Reed cane? What is a reed cane? Hold on. I want to know what a reed cane is. Oh, it's just a fucking stick. Scribblies with sticks. Weird, but okay. The transcription of books was the monk's domain. Each book was unique, carefully decorated, the text enriched with boundless illuminations, all done by hand. The production of a book took many years, making them very expensive. Major works of that time came into being in Latin, but during the Middle Ages some literature began to appear in the respective national languages. Books were very heavy, so as to be hard to steal, and contained a great many pages. Although there were some miniature handbook formats, too. There were books so massive that they couldn't be carried by one man. Jesus. Not only because of their value, but to protect them from destruction. Important writings were often kept in chests or cabinets. Only later did libraries come into being, where the volumes would be tethered to the reading desk by a chain. Libraries were needed by administrative offices and places of learning, especially universities. The largest collections were to be found at the Sorbonne, Oxford, and University of Prague, where there were books donated by Emperor Charles IV himself. Notable members of the nobility, or the church, also boasted private collections, despite the fact that not all of them could read. Beggars. In the Middle Ages, the relationships between townsfolk and villagers were not particularly good. The townspeople, not only those enjoying the freedoms of full city rights, but also the poor, regarded themselves as higher ranking than agricultural peasants in the villages. Often enough, they did indeed have higher social ranking, due to their trade and business profits. Towns were the economic and cultural centers. But it was the country that provided the goods, especially foodstuffs. In a medieval town, the best properties around the square and the market were owned by rich councillors and merchants. Around them lived the craftsmen and artisans, and the poor by the city walls. The townspeople's livelihoods stemmed largely from trade, skilled crafts, and many associated professions. Like today, the townsfolk bought their food at the market. According to some sources, Prague at the time of Charles IV had some 40,000 inhabitants. At this time, London had about 80,000. Paris was comparable to Prague, although the Czech capital covered a larger area. The nobles did not generally live in the cities, but resided on their own estates. Burial. Records of burials are as old as mankind itself, but Christianity radically changed all the customs around interment and linked death inextricably with religious rituals and blessings. Before one's death, one had to be absolved of sins by confession and penance, and receive the last rites, and where there was imminent likelihood of death. Example, when going off to do battle. Extreme unction was given just in case. One's final resting place was also of importance. The best places were deemed to be inside a church, in the walls or under the floor, followed by closest proximity. Hence, cemeteries sprang up right next to the churches, often in the very center of the village. The cemetery, hallowed ground, became an integral part of towns and villages and a regular meeting place for people, where they even traded and closed contracts. There was no sense of bereavement as we know it today. The dead and the living coexisted side by side. Only suicides, criminals, the sick, heretics, executioners, unidentified strangers, and unbaptized children were buried outside the cemetery in unhallowed ground. During plague, epidemics, and wars, the customary funerals were done away with, temporarily, with a frequent need for mass graves. In later centuries, for reasons of hygiene and contamination of underground water, most of the old cemeteries were abolished, even involving exhumation and reinterring outside of town. It was common for those facing death to make at least an oral will, and also to forfeit some of their assets, if they had any, to the church for facilitating their passage to the next world. Shh. Burial of commoners was conducted in simple wooden boxes or sacks, with the deceased being wrapped in a shroud. Funerals of the wealthy and ruling classes were a different matter entirely. These were costly, ostentatious ceremonies with all attendant pomp and circumstance. Royal funerals were attended by thousands of people. Wealthy families had their final resting places in the churches or crypt, marked by tombstones, while the custom of the mausoleum came later. Camping. In the Middle Ages, countries were constantly being crossed by marauding groups of soldiers, brigands, and guardsmen in groups of various sizes, or lone combatants who often changed their place of abode. They lived in makeshift huts, shelters, or tents around a central fire. Some stayed at one camp for several days. Others set up camp only for one night and moved on again the next day. One important factor in their choice of campsite was the ready availability of water, food, animal fodder, and firewood. Very rarely they camped in villages or by a castle or in its vicinity. This was reserved for overnighting by the nobility and their entourage. During wartime, or while on the run, they would sleep in the open, since there was no time to raise or break down tents. The noblemen's armies also camped at sites where provincial militias were gradually gathering, or while awaiting the arrival of reinforcements or allies. The longest lasting, sometimes up to several months, were encampments for laying siege to strongholds or those on riverbanks, waiting to engage with enemy forces on either side. The other side. Tents were intentionally erected close together for security, mimicking battlements. The largest tent in the center of the camp belonged to the commander. Nearby tents housed nobles and high-ranking soldiers, surrounded by simple shelters and huts for the ordinary soldiers and their horses. There was no need to camp together in one place, and an army could make camp across several locations. In the larger camps, there would be a field chapel, an infirmary to care for the wounded, and sometimes even a makeshift brothel. Simple tents in the early Middle Ages took the shape of a capital A, with a square base and a distinctive central pole mounted on two upright stands. The tent canvas was most often made from flax or hemp, undyed for ordinary soldiers, but variously colored and decorated for the commanders. The men slept on the ground on mats, skins, pelts, but the nobility of churchmen would have travel beds. Long-term camping was challenging logistically, supplies always being the responsibility of the administrator of the nearest affiliated township. If the army was on hostile territory, it would send out provisioning detachments to procure food and fuel. When supplies ran short, it was time to move on to another location or give up the campaign. The worst occurrence was an outbreak of any epidemic in the camp, since hygiene was difficult to maintain. While waiting for developments, there would also be quarrels, duels, and fights, which could escalate in a bigger conflict and significantly compromise the army. Disputes, therefore, had to be judged, and if necessary, severe punishments meted out. You cannot have a bunch of people who have a problem with each other in an army. These problems, bad problems. Carts and wagons. In the Middle Ages, wagons were used for transport, agricultural work, and for wartime purposes. One of the simplest was a two-wheeled cart, while hay wagons, hay wains, were also to be seen. The oldest, high-wheeled carts had one central axle connected to the undercarriage. From the 14th century on, twin-axled four-wheeled wagons came into use. The front axle was not steerable, resulting in a very wide turning radius. Wagons did not have a seat for the coachman, who either rode astride one of the horses or walked alongside the wagon. In wartime, a wagon could be turned into a mobile field palisade, a strategy that became famous especially during the Hussite Wars, when the strategy of wagon walls won more than one battle for the Calixtines, Hussite forces. Palisades. Oh my. Charity. The term charity was understood as good works to one's brethren. Christian iconography depicts charity as a pelican. Pelican feeding its young with its own flesh. Society, inspired by the teaching of the Church and Old Testament stories, showed compassion by giving alms, free medical aid, food and wine to the poor or travelers, sometimes even to the exiled. It was deemed that such acts of mercy secured salvation and a place in heaven, and were more about formally securing indulgences rather than being spontaneous acts of mercy. The Church often founded hospitals, hostels, and hospices, as well as granting pardons to prisoners. Paupers were allowed to beg outside churches and to visit the baths at the town's expense at least twice a year. Yep. Chronicles. Since earliest times, it was the task of the educated members of the court or spiritual leaders to take on the writing of chronicles. An example, literary works describing contemporary events, the lives of their rulers, great battles, and sometimes even everyday life. Records were kept in chronological order, and as well as giving the dates, they provided a wealth of historical information. They are among the best sources for investigating and revisiting the history of the country. Famous people, places, buildings, and day-to-day affairs. There are different types of chronicles. World, national, episcopal, monastic, royal, dynastic, provincial, tracking genealogy, urban, biographical or autobiographical, travel journals, and more. The most important Czech chronicles included those of Cosmas and Dalimil, a canon of Vystrad, the writings of the Sasa monk, and the Zbraslav Chronicle. The chroniclers generally enjoyed the most favorable conditions. Most lived at the courts, had free access to older written records, and courtly life and plenty of time to devote to writing. Although chronicles are the most valuable historical source, when reading them and extrapolating their historical ideological subtext has to be borne in mind. For example, Cosmas wrote his chronicle with unabashed sympathy for the Premislids, while Dalimil showed great empathy against the Germans. Both occasionally mixed up facts and with myths and legends. Example, beginning Czech history with the building of the Tower of Babel. Some of the books had to be found in the game are a transliteration of chapters from Cosmas or Dalimil. Example, the account of forefather the Maidens, War, etc. Oh, coolio. Churches. The church was not just a place of worship, but also an important communication center in medieval society. Its basic layout consisted of the central nave or aisle, sometimes with side naves, and a sanctuary, which included the chancel. This housed the main altar where Mass was served. Most churches were aligned with the chancel at the eastern end. At the main entrance was a baptismal font. Another important element was the pulpit, from which the priest addressed the congregation. By contrast with today, the sermon was separate from the Mass. During the church service, the priest stood with his back to the congregation, and in keeping with the papal instructions, the Mass was said in Latin, which was not generally comprehensible to the congregation. In compensation, the church walls were richly decorated with painted scenes, intended to bring the mystery of the liturgy, and especially biblical scenes, come alive for the illiterate common people. When not used for religious services, the church premises would serve, for example, for the temporary storage of grain and other goods that were being traded, or as a place of assembly of the citizenry, if the need arose to address some important public issues. Yeah, man. I got like 92 out of 102. I'm on clothing and fashion right now. And then right here we got like 14 out of 15. And I got like 7 out of 8 events. 37 out of 43 society stuffs. 33 out of 46 character suches. And tutorials, 24 out of 29. Clothing and fashion. Clothing. Clothing for villagers and other commoners above all had to be comfortable, durable, and practical. It had to last for years and be worn in all kinds of weather. It generally consisted of simple shirts and tunics. Men also wore linen knickers down to their knees, and in winter they wore hooded cloaks, fur jackets, and caps. Wide-brim hats protected their heads from the sun, and footwear was simple. Most items were of natural colors without ornamentation, An exception was festive apparel, intended for special celebrations and church holidays. In the towns, clothing held greater significance, reflecting status, wealth, and even membership in certain factions such as tradesmen, soldiers, or apprentices. Why was there no purple? Whores! Can you imagine how hard it must be to read audiobooks without making mistakes? Just think of Lord of the Rings. I don't wanna. Accessories included belts, bags, gloves, hats, and other head coverings. Most of the garments in Kingdom Come Deliverance are based on actual historical records of medieval fashion. Hairstyles. In the 14th and 15th century, unwed young women had long hair, which they wore down or in braids. Women in towns adorned their hair with ribbons, pearls, wreaths, and vines. Older married women wore pearled nets on their heads, white or colored veils, or hats. Fashionable men in the 15th century had longer, coiffed hair, and they liked to shave their chins. They covered their heads with brimmed hats, caps, or hoods. Jewelry. In the Middle Ages, jewelry was fashioned from gems, wood, leather, and metals. All gold tended to be worn around the neck and breasts rather than on the hand. The most common type of jewelry consisted of earrings and various types of crosses. The most common motifs adorning jewelry were flowers and animals. Figural decoration was often associated with religious themes. Rings. Rings were very popular in the High Middle Ages, and were worn for both prestige and symbolic meaning. They were either made entirely of metal, mostly bronze, in rare cases silver plate or copper wire, or adorned with precious stones and worn on all fingers. Footwear. Footwear was made of leather, cow, calf, goat, as well as grass, straw, bast fibers, wood, cloth, or felt. In the countryside, people often went barefoot in the summertime. Shoes were originally made from a single piece of material and fitted with straps. Soles, left and right, on shoes first appeared in the mid-14th century, while heels were added in the 15th century. The most common type of footwear consisted of sandals that covered the entire sole of the foot and slippers made of wood or cork. Stitched shoes could either be low or above the ankle. Combat technique. During the High Middle Ages, new elements of combat techniques as well as weapons and armor were coming into their own. The curved saber grew in popularity, and chainmail gave way to plate armor. Knights took to heavier longswords, crossbows, and strike weapons. Why were there no crossbows? Whores. Such as maces, flails, etc. Why was there no flails? A complete armor suit. What the my brain. A complete armor suit of armor was affordable only for a wealthy nobleman. Most often, the armor worn gave only partial metal cover. More reliance being given to good combat techniques for protection. Accordingly, sword fighting developed in two directions. A. Knightly swordsmanship, fought with a spear, a sword, and shield in full heavy armor. Spear, sword, and shield. Hinting towards being able to replace the fucking bow slot. Anyway. B. Commoner swordsmanship, for lightly armored foot soldiers who fought with swords and homemade weapons, example daggers, flails, scythes, and bludgeons. In combat between the lightly armored and the ironclads, it was often swiftness, agility, and cunning that made the difference. Hence, swordplay drew interest in the poorer echelons of society. Over time, they gained their skills in sword fighting schools. The training was not very professional, based more on agility, readiness, and use of all and advantageous resources available apart from weapons. Accurate period descriptions of battles are lacking, so historians rely on records preserved in the literature or illustrated material. Ah! Constellation crosses. I have this song, Evening Routine by Nimano Pandrez. Constellation crosses. Constellation crosses, or merely stones with a cross engraved into the surface, were erected in places where tragic events or important historical events in the life of the community or the country had occurred. They were closely linked to criminal law, a symbol of admission of guilt and a plea for forgiveness. The consolation cross embodied repentance by the perpetrator of a crime, built at the culprit's expense. In addition, consolation crosses mark the boundaries of estates and municipalities. Construction. Construction works arose around every major building site, employing stonemasons, carpenters, bricklayers, blacksmiths, freight haulers, stone cutters, ropers, pillar makers, coopers, and so on. Sundry labor was done by unskilled hirelings. Stone or wooden elements and auxiliary structures were made directly on site. The place where the construction works was called a courtyard. Artisans often used specialized tools such as wooden lifting machines, winches, hoists, and cranes powered by hand or by means of large tread wheels. Construction works assembled a great many workers, who became bonded together by natural or informal ties. The community of workers also provided ample custom for the surrounding merchants and innkeepers, and most of the workers would live in the vicinity for the duration of the building project, which often lasted years. The master builder was in charge, allocating tasks, leading the construction process, and negotiating with the owner or patron of the building. Counterfeiting. During the 14th century, when the shekel's currency was losing value due to the substitution of silver with cheaper metals, counterfeiting of money got better, despite the old stringent prosecution of death penalty it entailed. One example of such counterfeiting consisted of coins that were silver-plated over a lead core. This could be tested by biting the coin, since lead is softer than silver. The counterfeiters' workshops were often hidden away in karst and sandstone caves, and featured a compact laboratory, as the silver plating of the base metal was a chemical process requiring special equipment. Courtliness. Courtliness, or courtesy, stands for courtly etiquette, courtesy. The cradle of courtesy was France, and later England, where the pattern of beauty, education, diplomacy, and the arts were formulated. The origins of courtesy are considered to be the chivalry of a knight toward his lady. Adoration, versifying, greetings, gestures, and obedience. Not overlooked were rules for conduct during feasts, stylized movement, example mounting a horse or sitting down at a table, as well as protecting the ladies and the weaker, or the manner of divulging one's own feelings and emotions. Important elements in this were language, the playing of musical instruments, why did I say medical, and dance. Many considered courtesy to be effete, but despite this, for quite a long time, it dominated high society's approach to manners and the arts. My tummy. Diseases. In addition to the most common medieval disease, the plague, known also as the Black Death, other prevalent diseases were whooping cough, cholera, influenza, malaria, tuberculosis, typhus, leprosy, anthrax, and diphtheria. Great risks stemmed from the commonplace mold and from giving birth. People commonly suffered from parasites, bladder problems, kidney stones, and hernias. Fractures were also commonplace. Cataracts could be removed by a surgeon or an executioner. Diseases spread due to poor hygiene, natural disasters, crop failures, famine, cold, humidity, wars, and animal-borne contagion. Dugout shelters. A dugout shelter is a form of a smaller and more makeshift housing. One room dug in the ground, with steps leading down to it. It was covered with a simple thatched roof. These were home to poor people, or a provisional shelter for woodcutters, charcoal burners, and shepherds, who did not live in them all year round. Ecumenical Council. Hold on, my tummy hurts. Gotta wait for my belly to stop feeling smelly. Ecumenical councils were ecclesiastical assemblies of representatives who discussed and debated on the topic of faith and church administration. For example, the Great Council of Constance, 1414 to 1418, which lasted 4 years and dealt with the issues of the Reformation and the Papal Schism, and also condemned the preacher John Hughes of heresy, resulting in his execution by burning. Oh, wow. Look at all this shit. Look at all this shit I'm going to be reading. That's a lot of shit. And then there's like these, which isn't too bad, but like, this is basically another 100. 36. 28. Yeah, basically another 100. Entertainment and games. The medieval nobleman spent his leisure time hunting, playing games, singing, or playing a musical instrument. Special entertainments consisted of tournaments, dances, and plays. Books were rarely read, because they were rare and expensive, and most of the nobility was illiterate. In the countryside, there were also many opportunities for amusement. Work was strictly forbidden on church holidays and on Sundays, and there were many more feast days than there are today. In the case of certain professions, the working week could also be interrupted due to weather or unpredictable events. In all, there were about 190 working days in the year, roughly 20 days per month or 4 to 5 days a week. The most popular medieval board games were chess, draughts, checkers, backgammon, mill, also called Nine Men's Morius. I want to play checkers. Yeah, fat fool. Yeah, fat fool. Fox and geese and dice. Ball games were also played. Chess was costly and time-consuming to play, and therefore restricted mainly to noble circles. Burghers favored draughts, and common folk were fond of the simpler games of dice and mill. Cards and card games already existed in Europe at the end of the 14th century, but only spread more widely later with the spread of printing. The bourgeois, emulating the nobility in their leisure time, took to bird shooting, for example. During the 15th century, archery fellowships began to form in the townships. Gambling was also widespread throughout the Middle Ages, regardless of gender or status, which is evidenced, for example, by the Mayes Death Carolina Act of December 1357. In which Emperor Charles IV himself forbade gambling at Christmas time and commissioned Prague Archbishop Ernest of Pardubice to penalize offenders of any social class with fines, as well as spiritual penance, in extreme cases, even excommunication. Holy shit. Man, this music loud. I wouldn't call that lo-fi. That does not sound lo-fi. Get that out of here. The fuck? Execution place. Execution places were situated on hilltops, at crossroads, and out of town, as they were considered unclean. These were deserted places that everyone avoided. No craftsman would work nearby for fear of losing his reputation. The only one to be seen thereabouts was the executioner, who lived near the site. Common folk would approach the gallows or execution place for the sole purpose of witnessing an execution. Executions became popular folk entertainment, often with the whole town gathering to watch. But sentencing to capital punishment was a right granted only to selected towns, and by no means all of them had their own executioner. Fabriques. Fabrics were made from plant and animal fibers. Bast fibers especially were used from the very beginning, from willow and linden trees, as well as various grasses. Later on, particular plants were selectively cultivated to be particularly suitable for cloth production, such as flax or hemp. Hemp fiber is tough, rougher, and darker than flax, but unyielding, hence not too suitable for clothing and better utilized for ropes and strings. Cotton was unknown in Europe until the late Middle Ages. The most widely used animal fiber was wool, for its good insulation properties, high absorbency, flexibility, and ease of dyeing. It was combed or shorn from sheep. A highly prized and rare import from Asia was silk. God, I wish I could have fucking silk boxers. Oh my god. Just have some fucking silk undies, yo. Dude. That would be pretty sick. That'd be pretty sweet. Just have some freaking silk undies, yo. Ugh. Ugh. Now I want silk undies. Faith and devotion. Christianity was adopted in the Czech lands as early as the 10th century, though certain pagan practices remained until later, especially in rural areas, blending seamlessly with rising Christianity. Some of the folk customs were later modified according to church instructions. Others continued unchanged, and yet others were eradicated completely under church pressure. In addition to a deep faith in saintly patronage, the saints Wenceslas, Vitus, Nicholas, Ludmilla, Adalbert, etc., the Middle Ages revered the Virgin Mary and the various patron saints of the professions. One manifestation of medieval piety consisted of wayside shrines, consolation stones or crosses put up in large numbers in villages, at intersections, and along the main byways. In royal cities and liege towns, it was important to collect holy relics, remains, and memorabilia to mark the saints. The cult of saints was encouraged, and cathedrals and churches gained prestige with the relics they held. It need not be emphasized that the most of the relics were fakes, and that nobody took much issue with it. Devotion was shown in everyday life and accompanied everyone from the cradle to the grave by the way of the church rituals, occasions for worship, religious holidays, or regulations. For example, the numerous fasts of Lenten days. In some way or other, everyone believed in God. For complete atheism, we have to look to later centuries. Yeah. Farming. Unlike today, when the land has long been given over to agriculture, the burgeoning of farming in the Middle Ages brought the need for new fields, where there were only forests or untilled land. The timber from forest clearing was used for construction. The remaining roots, stamps, and scrubs were burned, and the ground then leveled. The finished fields were cultivated by the three-field system, A third of the land lay fallow for 2 years to recover nutrients. This was used for grazing livestock, which added manure. It was then returned to use and tilled, while in turn another third, which had been used for raising crops, was left to lie fallow. Was left to lie fallow. There was thus regular crop rotation to save exhausting the soil. In the earliest times, plowing was done with a simple device called an ard, or scratch plow, where the soil was stony. Working it was very hard. The tiller had to keep watching the plow and used great force to push it into the ground. Similarly, clumsy and imperfect were the harrows of the time. After harrowing, many remaining clods of earth would be crumbled with a mattock or wooden mallet. This work was typically done by women and children. The most common crop, wheat, used to be full of weeds, and as such not very economical. 15 largest sheaves yielding only about 18 kilograms of grain, often leaving less. Harvesting often had to be done using only a sickle for cutting. After drying, the grain was threshed out. Vegetables and legumes were cultivated to a greater extent than today, grown in fenced gardens next to houses. These were mostly peas and lentils, but also vetch and beans. And around the villages, flax and hemp were grown extensively. Hops were grown in signoral fields for the liege lord's brewery. Feudalism. I think I'm falling asleep. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. My back. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Right. I gotta wake up. Wake. 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 Sorry. Feudalism. Feudalism is a political system based on land ownership, which originated in the early Middle Ages and followed on from the decline of the Roman Empire. Its foundation was the fiefdom, feudum, a certain area, territory, land, that the owner lent out to others. The ruler, either secular or religious, was the natural feudal senior, suzerain, sovereign liege. Suzerain to sovereign liege. And those allocated his fiefdoms were his fiefs or vassals. The handover itself came with pomp and ceremony, during which the vassals promised allegiance and military aid, or other services, to his feudal lord. The contract would be rescinded only by the death of one of the parties, or in the case of a material infringement. Not only could the liege have several vassals, but a vassal could have several liege lords. liege lords. In the events of a war... Oh, shit, no. Stop yawning. In the events of a war, one had to choose side by one's contractual tenure. Feudalism also determined the relations of the poorest class. The serfs, who worked on the least lands, paid dues out of what they made from it and provided for their masters, his soldiers and officials, or for a monastery. It was called a quitrent, a source of wealth mainly for the nobility. Portions of the land were subleased, so the king's vassals in turn became the liege lord of his own vassals. I stayed up for quite a bit, waiting for Cammy, so I'm sorry if I'm getting all sleepy. I've been reading for about like 4.5 hours. Folk songs. Folk music, as distinct from church music, inclined to major scales and was more joyful and upbeat. In Bohemia and Moravia, it was for centuries a part of rural daily life. Most of the songs were passed down by oral tradition, while a few can be found in hymnals and chronicles. Some have been preserved to this day in variations. Food. In the Middle Ages, whether at a village or the royal court, the foodstuffs used were mainly those sourced locally. Vegetables, primarily cabbage, onions, parsnips, turnips, beets, and garlic. And to a lesser extent, carrots, celeriac. What is that? Celery? I don't know. Parsley, cucumbers, and melons, legumes, peas, lentils, vetches. What are vetches? Vetches and beans, fruit, apples, pears, cherries, and plums, and berries, nuts, seeds, and cereals. Eggs, milk, and cheese were available all year round. Depending on wealth, availability, and the seasons, there was meat, venison, poultry, and fish, and from abroad spices, fruits, and condiments, including saffron, dates, figs, nutmeg, pepper sugar, ginger, and cardamom. What is cardamom? Food was flavored with oil, vinegar, salt, honey, and herbs. The most popular kinds of food in the 14th and 15th century were thick broth soups, purees, and sauces for dunking bread in. The bread was rye, with white bread only available at court. During feasts, there were fish dishes, using herring, for example, roast meats, sausages, minced meat, and black pudding. Desserts were made with almonds, marzipan, sweet purees with fruit boiled in milk, or with added cream, jams, and preserves, baked fresh or dried fruits, and assorted cakes. In rural areas, gruel and porridge of various kinds accounted for the bulk of the diet. Meat was expensive and hunting in the forest prohibited. All game belonged to the aristocracy, which is mostly compensated for by eating fish. Many ingredients that are common today were unavailable in the Middle Ages, such as potatoes, tomatoes, sweet corn, peppers, and rice, which later made their way to Europe after the discovery of America or as imports from Asia. Sweet. Foreigners. Since ancient times, a foreigner meant not only anyone who came from outside one's town or village, and was thus a potential enemy, but also any persons without legal status. Foreigners were without legal rights until they paid a suete. This matter was handled by court of law, and there were various regulations setting fees for running a business or renting a house. Foreigners were not allowed to acquire or inherit ownership of them. The Bohemia lands were long open to foreigners. relatively speaking, with lively trade and cultural exchanges. First were the Celts, the Germanic tribes, and later the Slavs. But a large portion of the populace consisted of German-speaking people. The Germans were mainly courtiers, or worked entrepreneurs, and merchants. Relations with the Germans were neutral at first, cooling off later and ending up with animosity against all things German, though that was still far removed from the strident nationalism of the 19th century. Worse relations existed between the Czechs and Germans on one side, and the Jews on the other. They lived outside of society, which often, having got permission from the king for a handsome price, carried out pogroms against them. Plague and disease in the mid-14th century affected migration. Fewer foreigners came to Bohemia. During the Hussite Wars, most of towns had a majority Czech citizenry. Only the main centers of Moravia remained largely German. Brno, or Brünn, Jlavo, or Iglo, Iglao, and Olmütz. The Czech language gradually permeated from rural society to higher social strata. A fundamental change in how language and ethnicity was viewed came with the Hussite Wars, in which most Czech speakers identified with the Hussites. No sleepy, stop. While most Germans supported Sigismund and the Pope. This was exacerbated by the foreign, often German, crusades summoned by Sigismund against the upstart Hussites. Forgery. In the Middle Ages, forgery of various documents was relatively widespread. Few people could read or write, so few people could judge the authenticity of any record. Even gentlemen of high standing could seldom read and only dictate their documents to scribes. So there was not as much trust in the written word, which might contain falsehoods. Greater faith was placed on oral promises, oaths, and the other person's word of honor. Fuck, I'm going to pass out. Stop it. Meh. Sorry about this. Holy shit. I am the sleepy. Maybe I should go to sleep and make a part 2 of this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't stop yawning. Okay. Forgery. In the Middle Ages, forgery of various documents was relatively widespread. La-di-da, la-di-da, da-da-da. So now, frescoes. Medieval frescoes were intrinsic to architecture and had both a decorative and educational function for the illiterate population, showing in simple terms the wealth and superiority of the nobles and detailing biblical stories or scenes from the lives of the saints. Extensive works of art were to be seen in the larger residences, monasteries, and churches or palaces, fashioned by specialized painting studios. Less significant buildings were decorated by local individual artists. Painters in the Middle Ages did not tend to sign their work. and thus largely remain anonymous to this day. Most of the paintings were created by following strict, formally conceived designs and templates, so the styles of individual authors did not differ much. The aim was not originality, but to portray the particular scene masterfully. Ew. No. Furniture. At the beginning of 15th century, Czech's furniture was made of planks and boards using construction of varying intricacy. The timber used was oak, fir, walnut, linden, ash, larch, or spruce. The surface was treated with beeswax or linseed varnish. By the end of the Gothic period, shellac varnish came into use. Staining was done by smoking using fermented cabbage water or blanching with lime water. Tables and chairs had much the same design, with flat side panels or X-shaped boards. Chests Chests were made in various sizes for keeping dry goods, garments, or other small items of property. Townspeople slept on beds with drapes. Village homes were very simply furnished. The peasants made their own furniture from split and dressed planks and posts. In peasant cottages, they slept on beds of hay or straw laid on the ground. Joiners and carvers decorated furniture with ornamentation. The most expensive furniture had metal elements, which served to brace and reinforce as well as having a decorative function. Most of the furniture in Kingdom Come Deliverance is based on medieval examples from the 12th to 16th century. So they have shit based in the 16th century? I want rapiers! Give me a rapier! I want to poke people to death. I want to slide that shit right through the frickin' slits of their armor and stab them to death. Gourd. Gourds, sometimes called burg walls, were fortified settlements of various sizes, established from the Neolithic period right through to the early Middle Ages. They were built using the natural terrain or the protection of waterways, on islands or hills. Within the outer walls there would typically be a central fort. Strongholds were mostly built from timber, with an outer palisade, stockade, and ditch or moat. The stronghold fulfilled a protective and strategic function in times of war, and also served as a stopover on trade routes or as goods transferred stations. Gothic architecture. The early Gothic buildings in Bohemia drew inspiration from France in Rhineland. Among the earliest were the monastery of... Fuck, that's a lot of scribblies up top. Place... I don't know how to say both of those. South Moravia, the chapter house in Osek, North Bohemia, the monastery of St. Agnes in Prague, and many parish churches and monasteries, such as those in Kolin or Kurun in the central Bohemia. Around 1300, Czech architecture diverged from its western counterparts. There was a burgeoning in Cistercian monasteries, example the Slata Karuna, the Visibrod in South Bohemia, I don't want to say those either, and churches and castles, example Bezdiz in North Bohemia. The High Gothic period was in full swing during the time of Charles IV and Wenceslas IV, with its rectangular windows and portals, rayonnance traceries, and quadripartite or sexpartite, or cross-ribbed vaulting. The most significant buildings of that time are University of Prague, St. Vitus Cathedral, Charles Bridge, Prague Old Town Hall, and New Town Hall, stone houses in Prague, and the castles of Kosten Kaspierk. I don't know how to say any of those weird looking words. We find the first records of construction works fellowships. The most famous. We find the first records of construction work fellowships. The most famous are those of Master Peter Parler and his family, and Matthias of Arras, who also worked on the reconstruction of Sessa Monastery. New castles no longer served just a defensive function, but were also intended to serve as sovereign residences. They were therefore more spacious and elaborate, and had extensive gardens. Yeah, I'm gonna pass out soon. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for about 4 hours and 41 minutes, and I do believe that I can no longer continue at this time, because I stayed up too long, waiting for someone to play a game. I'll probably be gone all day for a while, so I'll continue part 2 another time. But thank you all so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed watching, if you did. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys. Bye.